Hi guys, how are you today? So today we will do a live cover of the trial of Amber&Johnny Trial. Got some questions about it. What I see is that we have a lot of people who are putting a mental health illness on Amber mostly, and some on Johnny as well. So what I will try to do is just watch the live trial, talk about it, discuss it with you guys, have a look what we see. So what I'm looking for mostly is behavior. See what's looking like an honest response, yes or no. We normally, when we look at behavioral signs or how a person is behavior, we look to some kind of things, what they're doing, touching. So we will have a look at that. I also want to say that we're not going to make any form of official diagnosis because that's just impossible. But we can actually tell a lot of a person's behavior. The thing what I'm actually getting a bit annoyed by, and I think that's the biggest reason I'm doing today this special, is about the wording of people on the trial, as well as Amber. Like, we all have seen her statements. We all can tell, like, if somebody's actually telling the truth, yes or no. But labeling a person as crazy or saying that a person is a narcissistic person, looney, that doesn't make any sense. Like, so what I actually want to do is have a look what's going on. Okay, so what kind of behavior is she actually showing, and what are we normally saying when a person is showing that kind of emotions or a lack of emotions. So I'm not really into who is right and who is wrong. Okay, I think in domestic violence cases it's a really hard thing to say, especially when it's a long time ago. So when you look at domestic violence victims, the longer ago it occurred, the stronger they normally get. Although there are some things that always will stay with you, and how you will react recollecting those memories or emotions. Then I also have to say, like, domestic violence or in a intimate partner violence relationship. So they're talking about IPF a lot in this trial. It's not just the physical violence. Okay, so the moment you're actually into a domestic violence situation, it's all the abuse. So it can be the mental abuse as well. There are some things that I have actually watched and that I'm like, well, okay, that isn't really true. So we will have a talk about that as well. But I think one of the biggest things, especially in this case, is, I think, the how they are working things out by themselves. And when I hear the recordings, for example, of Amber, they're pretty bad. Okay. I hear a lot that she is like a narcissist or has a narcissistic behavior. I'm not really agreeing with that, because a narcissistic person most of the time lacks that, the apologies, what she's actually doing. So when I looked at the statements of Dr. Curry, so the psychologist who actually assessed Amber, and she is talking about borderline personality and a histrionic personality disorder. So both are like antisocial personality disorders, and that's pretty close. So I don't think she is really wrong there. But then again, I'm not really going to assess that, because you need a lot of tests, and when I look at the tests, they're quite obvious though. PTSD, for example, is completely different. Okay. When you actually suffer from PTSD, you react in a completely different way. You have triggers that actually send you back to that point in your life. So when you have to relive those emotions again, you will see a different kind of response to it. Now, also, what is really bothering me is, when we talk about the drug and alcohol use from Johnny. And the thing what is bothering me is, like, to be honest, living with a person that is an addict and will become aggressive at times when they actually use strong liquor and cocaine. It's normal that they get paranoid. That's a big behavior in that. Aggressive as well. But the moment they actually have that, they don't really care who is there. No, the only thing what they see, especially when they're in that paranoid state and just rebuilding your whole home, they don't care who's in the way. So what I have trouble believing is that a lot of people, and we heard that throughout the trial, that a lot of people actually witnessed Johnny being intoxicated, doing cocaine, but never, ever touching Amber. So they were all witness of him redecorating one of the penthouses, except for Amber. So that doesn't make any sense. Like, at least there should have been like a push or a get out of my way kind of scenario. And that actually really nobody saw Johnny being physical violent to Amber. It's a bit of a hard one. Then I'm actually really talking here about intoxicated people, okay? So I'm not saying that when you are actually a victim of domestic violence and you're actually really dealing with a person who has an antisocial personality disorder, they will do the same, because that's different. Like when you actually look at really narcissistic people, they will do it behind closed doors, but they will do it also in a way that you actually can't see the bruises. So they rather hit you in your ribs, in the back, grabbing your arm, but not the face. Because when you actually get hit in your face, people will notice. And then you come at a makeup story that is like, well, okay, yeah, you can cover a lot. Um, Especially when you're dealing with a professional. But I have seen people actually going through domestic violence and got hit in the face several times. And you can't hide the swelling. You know, that's one thing you just can't hide it. You can hide maybe a bruise, but then it still will be like, okay, like you still can see it, especially when you're close. So when you're doing an interview, after being hit multiple times in your face, people actually sitting next to you should notice something in your face. Even when you have, like, I thank you for following, much appreciated. Uh, Especially when you're close, and then the nose. Did somebody ever break their nose? Okay, so Johnny Depp, he was talking about the moment his fingertip got cut off, and he was telling it was like a Vesuvius, so much blood just spreading out everywhere. Well, let me tell you something about broken nose, okay? Because I had several. When you break your nose or you get hit so hard on your nose, people, believe me, it's like a Vesuvius, okay? The blood is just going everywhere. Like, I mean, everywhere. It's just like a bloody paint spray gun or something like that. It's just unbelievable. So, like, okay, when you don't look for medical attention, there is a part I can actually understand it, because a lot of victims actually don't look for medical attention. On the other hand, there are some things that it's like, well, you make an excuse because things are actually really bad. So the broken nose, like, where's all the blood? Like, she would have been covered in blood. We have seen all the wine stains and all that kind of things, but no blood, nowhere. Like a little droppy out of your nose. It's like, well, that really doesn't sound like a broken nose. Okay, so there are a lot of conflicting things in her testimony. That actually doesn't say that nothing ever happened. If it was really physical, well. So, in my opinion, their relationship, anyway, is really toxic. Like, it's a pain to actually really live with somebody who has such a big issue with alcohol and drugs, especially doing it together. But still, like, if you're, like, most of us, okay, have been so drunk, that you actually don't remember what you're doing. I think some of us probably has also been at a point that, like, drinking so much alcohol, and when you're already annoyed, as the wording will come later, but you know what I mean, you actually really can get aggressive. And the moment somebody's actually really irritating and annoying you and just sucking the out of you, you will respond to that. Okay, and I have here the recordings of Amber as well, that I'm like, oh, you're, and especially that video that we watched when Johnny Depp is redecorating his penthouse. Like, she's just sucking, okay? So she wants him to respond. But he's redecorating the penthouse. But he doesn't push her. He doesn't touch her. He's coming or walk towards her. But you don't see the physical action. Well, when I'm really intoxicated and I'm so annoyed and you actually want to get a response from me, because that's what she did, okay? She put her phone there and she just wanted that reaction because she needed something to actually show. But he didn't, and that's what is bothering me through this whole trial. That, and all the witnesses, like, yeah, we heard it all, okay? We know he is drunk, intoxicated, drug using dick sometimes, or probably most of the time. But it's always the same story. Yeah, we know he is redecorating every penthouse he has, except for the ones that he actually rent free out to her friends. And nobody that actually came forward and said, oh yes, I saw her or him hitting her or pushing her, or except for her sister. Well, like, I only have two brothers, so I don't have a sister. But when I would have a sister and I would actually witness her boyfriend or husband, or it doesn't really matter who it is, hitting my sister, I would respond. And I wouldn't say, oh, maybe you can work things out. Or, of course it is like Amber's choice. You know, and you want to support her, but, like, till a certain point. Like, sometimes you actually need to be woken up as well. And the other thing, especially in domestic violence cases, is that a person really needs to be ready to leave. But in all the cases I have seen and talked with victims, I don't think there actually has been one recording things, recording conversations, making pictures, because they are afraid. They're really scared. Okay, it is like, if you're in a domestic violence situation, it's like walking on eggshells all the time, and it is really hard to actually get out of that feeling. Normally your circle is getting really close, and I heard that in the trial as well, like, oh, her circle got so close and he was so jealous, and she wasn't allowed to talk to people and having her friends over. And at that point as well, I was like, well, hold on a second. Like, you just actually testified that penthouse 1, penthouse 2, penthouse 4, they were all occupied by Amber's friends and family. Like, she has her support circle there. So the testimony of actually keeping her small, what most domestic violence victims are in, that actually didn't happen, in my opinion. Okay, this is just my opinion, how I'm seeing things. The worst thing I actually like, I really think it's very important that, and it doesn't really matter if you're a male or a female, but the moment you're a domestic violence victim and you're speaking out, you want people to believe you. That's why you speak out. Lying about it makes it incredible hard for other people to actually talk about it, okay? To actually come out and say, okay, I have been victim of this. I've been a victim of IPV. And that's what I don't like in this case. Like, maybe it definitely is that, I think, or in my opinion anyways, is that there was a lot of mental abuse. Not just from her, but from Johnny as well. But that went both ways. Like, it's getting a lot different when you actually talk about, like, physical violence. And like, actually standing there and saying you are a victim, and then you be contradicted and your testimony, you make it so, and then actually saying with pride that you're a spokesperson for UCLA as a person who stands against domestic violence, as a survivor. But then you shouldn't abuse your husband as well. And I think that is really something that's really bothering me in this case. And I think it's really hard to really say, okay, people, like, who will win? What are we actually looking at? Are we really looking at just the physical violence in this relationship, or are we looking at the mentally abuse as well? Because he actually did. Okay, the moment you're so drunk and you're telling a person that she's worthless, doesn't have any talent, is nothing without you, that's abuse as well. But then from her side, that works the same. So just, I think it's 1 minute before they get started, so we'll have a look. I think there is another witness coming up, and hopefully we have like a Johnny or Amber getting back on stand. I'm not sure if that's today, and get a redirection in the case. And I think that's also smart sometimes, actually, like, talk about different antisocial personality disorders. because she's, I wouldn't say definitely, like if you have an like antisocial personality disorder, you can have traits from other ones as well. Like you don't have just one antisocial personality disorder, like you have multiple. So I will go and have a look, and everything is starting. I'm not seeing anything yet. So what are your ideas about it? Like some of you have watched it as well. So what do you think? What did you get from um, the witness statements and from Johnny and Amber on trial? Okay. Let's see. There we go. This is the first time I'm using this screen. So I hope things are working out. If there are some problems, technical problems or something, please let me know. I think that sometimes you have like the little wheel just turning and turning and turning. It happened yesterday a couple of times without me even streaming. Yeah, I agree with that. Like there were reactions from Amber, and you actually could see the dramatic um, drama getting out of that. What is, as like what Dr. Curry said, the histrionic personality disorder. So what you see in that disorder is actually really the drama getting out. So when something really small happens, like what is it? You hit your toe against like a little stone in the garden, and when you have that personality disorder, you will actually say that, oh my god, I was walking and that big rock fell from the mountain and was rolling and took the rest of the mud with it and just fell on my toe and now it's broken, and there you go. So the drama, what you actually see back, is almost like, okay, Dr. Curry was right there. But that's not the only thing. Okay, so there is a lot more to it. That's the same that people with borderline personality disorder aren't always violent. So I think it's really sad that people who actually are or having borderline personality disorder are watching this and they're like, well, I'm not like this. So I also think we really need to be careful with how we stigmatize it. Because a lot of people now are like, oh, Dr. Curry said, oh, she has borderline. Sounds on. So yes, borderline. So all people with borderline are like Amber or are liars, or making things up. Like the thing what was really or what got me really like, yeah, there is really a borderline trait in there, was the moment that you actually heard the tape or the recording from Amber and Johnny when he wanted to see his daughter, and she just wouldn't let him go. Like, persons with borderline are really afraid that people will leave them. So they're actually pushing a person away, but then grabbing them because they don't want them to go. And for normal, there we go again. For people, it's really hard to deal with it, especially with that kind of behavior. And in that recording, it really showed very clear, like, he wants to get away, but she just won't let him. Like, he was sitting in the car for what, at least an hour, and didn't want him to see his sister. And then, I want to protect him from not using. Well, really? Then you just say, oh, I'm coming with you. No, he just wanted to spend some time with his girl, with his own daughter. And he wasn't allowed to do that because she wanted to be with him. She wanted to be that important person. And that are like, yeah, really a borderline action. Let's say. Yes, sexual assault. I think, where's everybody going? Are we moving court? Ooh, excitement. Anyways, yeah, the sexual assault. Well, again, like, it makes me really angry. I can actually say that, yes. It makes me angry when there are people and don't get away, and they're using IPV, so intimate partner violence, domestic violence, abuse, and sexual assault to harm the other person. And especially sexual assault. That is like a person who actually went through that is just the whole dignity, you as a person. And again, it doesn't really matter if you're a male or a female. Okay, even men actually can get sexual assaulted. When that happens, your whole personality, your whole being, because it's so private, it's so personal, it's the, I think, from all the abuse forms, okay, sexual assault is one of the worst to actually get through and recover from it. And for her using that, especially if it's a lie, like, we're at court, like, we weren't there, so we can say with like 1000% that, oh yeah, she's definitely lying. But like, we're all people here, okay? So the moment we, like, if I'm getting a hit in the face and I just have a bruise and I'm in a domestic violence situation, I wouldn't go to a doctor. Because first, you're too afraid. Because you already know that the moment you actually tell your doctor something and you will come home, hell breaks loose. Okay? But if you're bleeding, okay, and you don't have a choice, let's be honest, like just for the woman here, if you're actually really bleeding down there and you just been assaulted with a glass bottle, okay, you want to see that doctor. That's not anymore about protection, because you actually can go to the doctor and said, oh well, I was experimenting and things went wrong. I don't know exactly what went wrong, but something went wrong. But you want to know what's going on. Like, okay, well, maybe I want to have kids later on. Is something damaged? If I'm bleeding down there and I just got assaulted with the bottle, I need to know what's going on. And you don't know what got ripped, or you don't know what is going on, so you want to check that out. And not seeking medical attention just to protect a person, no. Like, I truly understand that there are people actually being sexual assaulted, don't look for medical attention, don't want to do a rape kit because of the guilt, because of the shame. Because, let's be honest, and I think that's not men, but that's more about women in this case, okay? The first thing people ask you is, oh, what were you wearing? Like, what does that have to do with it? So you're already a victim. You're coming forward. You just went through the most horrible thing you actually can go through. In my opinion, sexual assault is really on the lowest level. Like, well, together with child abuse or sexually abuse of a child. Okay, it's the lowest of the lowest. Even when you go to jail, that's the lowest of the lowest. But you look for help. You need to, especially when you're bleeding, and you can make up a lot of stories. Okay, believe me, when you're a domestic violence victim, you make up stories throughout those years. Then the picture that you saw when Johnny was passed out, and I actually, like, I need to do maybe a bit more research, but I actually got back from that picture was actually taken after he just worked for 17 hours straight, and he had a couple of drinks. Well, if I'm working 17 hours straight, I'm bloody tired. But outside of that, like, we don't know. But we come up with stories every time again. For every bruise, everything what you actually can see. And most of the time it's just like when you actually get pushed, you fall, you have a hole in your head, and you're actually really bleeding from that. Like, you can't be like, oh no, I need to protect him, and just walk around with a bloody hole in your head. No way. You actually need to go to the doctor, okay? And then it starts. Oh, what happened? Oh, I was walking and I fell. Oh, I tripped. I fell from the stairs. I was putting the dishes away and I hit my head one of the cabinets or whatsoever. So when you're in a domestic violence relationship, you're making excuses, and you do that all the time. So you know. Then when you're in a really dark relationship with a person who is drinking heavily and using cocaine or any other drugs, except for marijuana or weed, like, let's be honest, like, you get pretty relaxed from marijuana or weed. It's not that you get like a little Satan tail and you just are like, oh, let's destroy the building. Nah. And I think that's a thing why he actually had the marijuana anyway. Like, because the coke is an upper. You stay awake. You're like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Then you're coming in your paranoid mood, and then you have the marijuana because it will slow you down. Anyways, when you're in a relationship with a person who is really aggressive and violent towards you, sorry guys, I was just reading for a moment. Oh, sidebar in the judge office. Like, that is exciting. So maybe I'm doing the first live stream and Amber said, oh, nah, everything is lost. I quit. I stop. Anyways. So when you're in a toxic or in a relationship with a person who is using a lot of alcohol and drugs, especially cocaine, and you have the violence as well. And let me make a really, like, you have two different things. You can be aggressive, okay, and just smash everything around, because that's a part of the paranoid behavior as well. And that is what you see in a lot of testimonies. You saw that in a video. That's what Johnny does. Okay, the moment he is completely out of his head and high, he just redecorates the whole house. Like, if Disney doesn't hire him back, he actually can get a new job as redecorator. But, ooh. I actually really like it when you have a sidebar and they actually having things that it's like, we withdraw the case, or actually really curious now what's going on. Let's go back. Okay. So when person is that aggressive and smashing everything around, but not once being physical with a person, in this case Amber, that's weird. In my opinion, that's really weird. So he is actually out of his mind, completely out of his mind, but he's still there, being smart enough to wait till all her friends who living in the next door penthouse is, and then do it. Doesn't make any sense. Like, because a person who is that intoxicated respond at that moment. So when Amber is saying things to him, and they get in an argument, and there are a lot of witnesses who actually saw that. When you're that intoxicated and you're actually really violent against another person, he would have done it straight up. Doesn't really matter if there are people around, because you don't know anyway. Because you're that intoxicated, you're that high on drugs. You don't even know who are actually in the room or who is not. You just see things and you just respond to that. And if Johnny was actually violent to people, her friends would have would have had a very hard time as well, because it wouldn't be just Amber. And that's what you hear in other testimonies as well. Like, it's a sweetheart, such a nice bloke, but when he had too much to drink, he's a dick. He's just saying things to her friends, to her sister, to the people around them. Like, well, that's not really nice, Johnny. But he never touched them. He never hit them, except for Whitney. Why? And how? How is it possible that you're so close with each other and you're living in the same bloody penthouse, separate with a couple of rooms probably, but how is it possible that you never, ever, ever, ever have seen Johnny hit Amber, push, grabbing her hair, you name it? It's almost impossible, because you don't know when you're that intoxicated. You just don't know. And I think that's another thing with a borderline personality. And again, not every person with borderline has the same issues. Okay, and that's when the psychologists were actually on stand, and they were talking about the cluster B. So you have 3 clusters, A, B, and C. And B is the really dramatic version of the personality disorder. In this case, borderline. Things what people with borderline can do, and in women it's a lot higher than in men. When when they don't get their way, in this case, for example, the relationship. So it's what I told you before, like Amber is pushing him away, but then dragging him back in. The moment Johnny actually wants to escape, so wants to get out of it, and let's take the bathroom for example at this point. Okay, so he walks away and he locks himself in the bathroom, and Amber just keep on banging on the door. The moment she doesn't get what she wants, she actually pushed that door open, hit Johnny in the head, and smacks him in the face. Well, that's one thing. Okay, so they can experience like a big explosion of anger, followed immediately by regret, for example. And there you have the difference with a narcissistic behavior, because I heard a lot of and I saw a lot of interviews and live streams, and people saying, "Oh, she's a narcissist." No, not really. because the narcissist thinks she is really important, like she shows that, but they're not really remorseful. So they're not really, if they done something wrong, it's not their fault, it's your fault. So they won't really say, oh, I'm sorry. They will tell you, aren't you sorry? Shouldn't you tell me that you're really sorry? Like that kind of a behavior. Okay, and that's not what you see in Amber. But what she is doing when she doesn't get her way, and I'm not saying that's what she did, I'm saying that it is a part of a behavior what people with the antisocial personality disorder, like borderline, have. They hurt themselves. Okay? So, when you actually really know what's involved, what are like symptoms of the disorder, you're like, well, okay, that makes more sense because you understand it. And like borderline is really a mental illness. Okay, it's not just a struggle what you have. It's really a mental illness. What's harder to deal with. So the moment that Johnny is actually saying, okay, I'm going and leave me alone and I need to get out of here, and you hear her holding him back, there is really a big possibility that she inflicted the wounds on herself. I'm not saying it did happen, but the possibility is there. Because I really just have really a difficult time by understanding how there is not one person that actually saw physical violence. So I'm really curious what's your take on that. Like I actually really think that if he had been a physical abuser, there had to be somebody actually witnessing it. Like, I totally understand that there won't be any witnesses if you're talking about a more narcissistic person who is committing domestic violence, because they're more calculated. Okay, but they won't be that intoxicated as well. Well, they actually can be, but in that case, the moment they snap, they just snap. They don't care. And it's not even their fault, it's still the other person's fault. It's not my fault I hit you, it's actually your fault I hit you. Because, you look to the right instead of the left, you know? And I don't see that really in Johnny. I'm seeing a person who has really issues. Let's be honest, like, that guy has issues as well. Like, if you're mentally every time in so much pain that you need so much alcohol and drugs to actually move on in your life, something is wrong there as well. So he definitely isn't a saint. So what I'm actually also really curious about, especially from her lawyers, like, well, this is about physical abuse, but we are actually talking about domestic violence, and mental abuse is part of the domestic violence as well. I think in this case it is for her lawyers really hard, because she actually, and what you see in the title of the op-ed, because that's the whole thing. It's not even about the whole bloody abuse thing. Like, it's not that there are criminal charges. It's just a bloody op-ed that Johnny said, oh well, she said I sexually assaulted her and being abusive. So hold on a second, why we don't have sound. There we go. I'm actually really curious what was. They just came out of the office and we're having a sidebar already. So have you guys like followed the trial a bit, or totally not, or are you just like me and watching all the time, because I actually get questions about it as well, so I'm just watching it and watching it and watching it. And then there are a lot of times that I'm actually watching it and you hear other people saying things and you actually really want to jump in there, like, oh, like that's not how it worked. Especially when they start talking about mental health, and like the ignorance of people as well. Like, if like, okay, she really has a problem with her personality, so, but calling a person a psychopath is like, whoa. So there are really moments that I'm like, well, nah, not really. You know, you want to jump in and actually say it. Or when I see a witness, and I did that a lot when I did more the behavioral analysis of people in the forensic field. Actually look at some things, you know, things in the behavior of people that actually, like, okay, that can be a lie, because behavior and behavioral science, and that's why it's not allowed in court. Okay, they're not facts. Okay, so we can talk with a person, we can look at a person, and we can really actually get a lot of the body language of a person, but you never know 100% sure. Like, it's sometimes it's really hard to see, or sometimes you see is that when people do like that and we're like, oh yeah, that's a lie, because look, they're actually covering their mouth and they're touching their nose. Like, that's one of the things we actually look at, what can be that the person is actually being deceptive to others. But sometimes they just have an itchy nose. So we need to be a bit careful, but there definitely are moments that we actually really can see, oh yeah, that's definitely a lie. And what I think, like yesterday we had the witness statement of Amber Hart's acting coach from Australia. And she was like, what did she say? Oh yeah. Well, Amber Hart can't cry on command, you know? So if you're making a movie and you're like, Amber, cry. You need to cry. And she will be like, no tears. because she can't do it. But when we look then to her witness statement, but there were no tears. Not one dropping. So I don't think that part of that witness was actually like, oh yeah, that's working for her. Because the moment I actually heard it, I was like, oh, so she was acting. Because she wasn't crying. And that's another thing with the face. It's like the moment you actually want to look sad, it's not just this. It's your eyes as well. Okay? The moment we're actually experiencing sad feelings, grief, pain, the muscles in our cheeks, not even here or here, the muscles in our cheeks actually relax to a point. And because they're relaxed, it's like your face is just hanging. It really feels heavy. And that's where the sad faces are coming from. And the thing what I really saw in Amber, her testimony, was she really wants to look sad, so she pulls down her mouth. But here, and maybe her eyes a bit like, but her cheeks just are staying like in a really nice Botox way. So no, it's not hanging. And that's like, we all sometimes look at people and they're like, oh, something is off. You know, something is off in the way how they look or expressing emotions. Then with Botox, by the way, that's another thing.
Are we ready for the jury then? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Can you guys still hear it, or is it too soft? So if something technical is going on, please let me know. Because this is really the first time I'm doing the other screen live streaming. Thanks to Lunar, who had to help me setting up and seeing me panicking.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Bruce Witkin, and it's by deposition designation.
All right, and who's first?
Deposition.
I think we are. I think we asked questions first.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right.
I don't like depositions, to be honest.
Will counsel please stipulate that in lieu of formally swearing in the witness, the reporter will instead ask the witness to acknowledge that their testimony will be true under the penalties of perjury, that counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way, and that the witness is verified that he is in fact Bruce Witkin.
It's about the objections.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chu?
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Witkin, California, 91607.
And how did you meet Mr. Depp?
He joined a band that I was in Florida.
Who's Mr. Depp?
And did Depp ever become family?
To me? Yeah.
Who's the first person that Depp married?
My sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes.
Okay. And was that around the time?
It's right when we moved out here in 1984.
Okay. So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
Sure, they're talking about Mr. Depp instead of Mr. Dead.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
Weird.
We were until about 4 years ago, yeah.
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
Yeah, I would consider him my best friend, yeah.
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother, yeah. We had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way, yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together.
Sorry, guys, for the
Well, he did the film, I
subtitles
just
in the
helped
screen.
record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know,
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, you know, I think that, yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just, yeah. But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh.
Getting high.
Okay.
True.
Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while, if I saw it, you know. I mean, a handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but, you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you
It's
aware
just
of
saying we
Mr.
were all
Depp
high.
achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him, I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
Feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believed that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy, you know. I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You could tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act,
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
When he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. He brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Whitkin.
Right.
Your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. They were having issues. Yeah, he would mention
We're their friends.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, by hit it hard, they would
drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together?
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have a
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. And I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with Amber.
True.
That's my opinion.
Okay. So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
So if you guys have any questions in between or want to say
Do you
something,
think that you were
just
going over there
put it in the chat.
out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the Manson or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. Well, my dates are a little squirrely, but
And
yeah,
do you have
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah. Smoking weed. Yeah.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other. No.
And did you say this was at 3 a.m. when he called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was, you know, something bad. So yeah, I went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 a.m, and then you went down. And your understanding, you went down after that call.
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
Yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. You know, the first time Stephen ever called me for help like that. You know, usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steve had called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. You know, it was almost like, shit's going crazy down here, can you come?
Did he say that he wanted you to come urgently?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom. And, I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. you know, I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's going to be all right. But, like, by the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, you know, a little bit of an edge, you know. And look, I got called down there at 3 in the morning, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Whitkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah, one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Whitkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to me. Finger
Can
mark.
we see the picture
And
as
did
well?
you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
Could have been can you be more precise of about a month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16. I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
If we could bring up Exhibit 15, please. If you look at the first text, Mr. Wiccan, it's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text?
That's from Dudes, yeah.
And do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, you know, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
No, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working, you know. But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference, you know.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
Yes.
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
They were doing cocaine.
And how do you know they were doing cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
17
When was
times
that?
asking the same question, like we all know.
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it because I was quite surprised because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, why are you doing this? He kind of hid it from me for a long time until
Yes, I
believe in
actually like to
2016.
talk about it as
And-
well.
Do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
I think the biggest thing in this issue
Did
isn't
Mr. Depp tell you about that?
really about the drugs, it's about what he
What'd he
said
say?
about the doctor. Because in his eyes, the doctor is
Just something about
like not real.
the business
So the
manager
moment the
and,
doctor and the nurse
you know, been
are
spending
actually
too much,
saying they didn't see any bruises
and
on
they
Amber,
need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you
they
been
actually can
involved
use
in
this.
Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Because the
Yes,
doctor
I have.
isn't a real doctor or
I
just
was
a
part
doctor
of the
for
first one
to get
against
Johnny
the
sober.
management group, and then I was deposed in the
Or that's what the defense or
lawsuit of with
Amber's
his
lawyer is
lawyer,
actually trying to do at the
Jake
moment.
Looney.
It's
Did
more
you
about
testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes,
the
And
doctor. Like we all know
what was
the
that
drugs
about?
use from Johnny. Then like there's
Um,
nothing new in this
I was at
testimony.
Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking, and I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me, and I just remember Waldman saying, "Hey, nice to meet you," and Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit, and if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, "You got any shit on the Mandels?" And I said, "No." That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp?
Oh,
now?
you're supposed to
What
be
happened
his
in the
friend.
last
Like okay,
4
you have to
years?
tell the truth, but
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow
I wouldn't be happy.
I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up, and like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he wouldn't explain it, and pretty much haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the old bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing.
It actually
Well,
hurts him.
my
So
daughter
you
even got
actually
married
can
to his
see he's
daughter.
emotional about that.
So
Um,
I think there's some
I think that's a
people
sad thing
behind
as
the
well.
scenes
Like you're getting
talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that.
like
And
you're
I was
getting
just there to
sued.
be his
People are
friend.
saying you're an
And I think there were
abuser,
some
you are
lies
a
and,
wife beater.
bullshit
But the
said
people
about me
you
that he
lost
actually believed,
or
which
lose
is
along the
surprising.
way, from
I
both
get to
sides,
have the
like
conversation with
you
him to
will
know,
be asked to
what are
testify,
you talking about?
and
I know
you're
that
not
you
going
weren't happy
to.
about my testimony, but
Well,
I
let's
wasn't
say
gonna
if you're
lie.
smart, you're not going to lie. So you can say,
And,
"Oh no, I never saw Johnny doing drugs,"
Did you
because
ever
that
try
would
and
be a
help
lie.
Mr. Depp?
But
Oh yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and
to
help
hear
him
your
with substance
friends
abuse?
actually saying these things
I mean, I got him
would be
with a
really hard.
therapist,
But for him, and you actually
but
can
never
see
tried
it,
an intervention or nothing like that.
it's really hard as well.
We would just talk about it, and he would say, "Oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right." And I'd say, "Well, you're not all right." And shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but what, you know, they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but it's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you've testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge, one way or another, of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you?
No.
With anyone?
No.
It's actually saying, "Oh, he pushed you away." Well,
Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
we all know. Okay, well, this is like, "Oh, he pushed me away," like mentally, like you're not longer my friend. But the jury actually
time.
heard the push.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition
Don't
designation,
like their lawyers.
and it begins with me
All right,
asking
thank you.
questions.
All right, thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tracy Renee Jacobs, Los Angeles, California,
And what is your current occupation?
talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think it.
I just say the whole time, Mr.
I
Depp.
represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years, minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent.
Yeah,
So
but
my
how
job
bad is that translation?
as
Like, people are
all
watching, "Oh,
agents
Mr.
are,
Depp,
was
who's
to
that?"
find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that
Is
period
it
of
just
years,
me,
would
or
you not?
He became the
the
biggest
more
star
of
in
you
the
who
world.
can't stand the voice of that woman?
And
Talking about
do
Amber's
you-
lawyer now.
take any credit
God.
for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes,
Who cares,
I
people?
had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
What her lawyer is actually doing
then
now
I
by
asked
saying
him,
what Johnny
After
said
asking if
about
he sued you, and he said no.
her
He did
is
sue Mr.
to
Mandel
actually
and
make
Jake
her
Bloom,
angry, so
that
she
it was
will say
prudent to
something
ask.
bad about Johnny.
Then I asked him, did Tracy
In the
Jacobs
Amber
say why
situation.
she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent?
Because
And he answered, she
this
certainly never. She never
here, there
expressed
was
any
a
of
little
those things to
objection,
me.
I think there.
These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the
This
realization
doesn't
that I
have
was not
anything
easy
to do
represent after I
with being
fired her.
violent or
And Ms.
being
Jacobs,
abusive.
there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, this is not, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is,
Oh, there is a
do
question.
you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope. Never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
Well, she actually cut her.
I think that covers a multitude of things.
Like,
And that's
she
gonna
isn't
be my
happy.
next
You
question.
see it's all
What
over
do
her
you
face.
mean
Look how
by
she is
Mr.
actually
Depp's unprofessional
sucking
behavior
that straw and like, oh, I'm
in the
actually
last
really
10 years
pissed.
of your representation?
Showing up
What's
late
understandable?
to set
Like, you're 20 years
consistently
together with somebody and
on
you
virtually
just
every
find
movie.
out what he
I
actually
would
said
get
about
yelled
you.
at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk. It's a small community. And it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr.
Yes.
Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
So what she's actually doing now is that
Do you
Johnny
have a recollection of
isn't asked
the
for the
production
new
of
Pirates
5 having to
because
suspend for
he
several
always
weeks
was too late, he
while
didn't
Mr.
show up,
Depp,
and he was difficult
had
to work
surgery
with,
on his finger?
instead of
Yes.
Did
the
you
abuse
go to Australia
story Amber
at
put
any
into the
point
world.
during the filming of Pirates 5?
What's
Twice.
important, because he is suing
Yes.
her for
Was there
50 million
something that
because he lost
caused
those
you
jobs.
to determine that that was the time you should get on a plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high-profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yes.
And in your observation of Mr. Depp having
Objection,
fundamental
Your
issues
Honor.
with anger, did that worsen
Gee.
over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes. It worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp
Oh, Mr. Depp,
lacking
did you
patience
saw that?
when he didn't get his
Who
needs
wrote
met?
my name?
Yes, but yes.
Gee.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines being fed to him during films.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of issues associated with London Fields?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at deposition exhibit number 8.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first so you can just read the frame. And there's really just a part there. And then here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp would write to you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
Harley's, he says fucking Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers and Marty Singer. Have spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pilot 6?
No.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge
No.
Moody?
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
No.
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks
That
on
says
Amber
enough,
Heard?
I reckon.
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
Still have
During
millions
that
of
period
fans,
of
though.
time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but okay. I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So, as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No.
Why not?
Because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people
It
were
would be
talking,
nice if
and
he would
the
say,
question was
oh,
out there
Amber's.
about his behavior.
Well, there you go.
And that behavior included?
I think I've described it several times.
Would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes.
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us, and he had asked for $20 million.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why. He just expected us to do it.
So Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
Or probably because all Amber's friends are living in his penthouse for free.
It was not discussed.
Going on holidays for free with him.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
he felt that it made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
You ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirates 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
So,
Yes,
well,
ma'am. Your next witness.
so what she's actually doing is making sure that
And Ms. Birdhoff.
nobody
Our
wants
next
to
witness
hire
is Joel
Johnny
Mandel.
Depp
He's also by deposition
um,
designation.
because of his
And
drugs
we start
use and
questioning.
All right, thank you.
intoxication, coming late and working unprofessional.
Can you please state your name and business address?
It's Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena. Is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe?
So he
a little
actually
bit about your
didn't
educational
want to
background and
testify.
work experience?
That's interesting.
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87 called Wyman, Boutzer, Rothman, Keekel, and Silber. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full-service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. And we pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes, and we help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this. But early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in a, what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they changed over time. And so
he so doesn't want to be there.
The challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, the, income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's, all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor,
What I actually think is quite interesting that when you listen to him and when you actually listen to his talent agent before, like they're talking about around the last 10 years, like from the moment he actually shot Ram Downs, where he actually met Amber. And from that time, his alcohol and drug abuse actually got worse and worse and worse over time. Like,
there were stretches of time
when we listen to his other friends,
it appeared clear to
and
me that the use of
like
alcohol
him as well, like there was nothing going on in all those years before.
There were obviously
And
various times when I needed to
well,
do
Pirates
correctly,
was
but
really big, but
and so
Johnny
some of
was
my
a
conversations with the
pretty
people I
okay
described
actor
involved
before Pirates of the
finding
Caribbean as
the
well,
days
so he
and
made
the
his
parts
money
of
there
days
anyway.
when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I
I
could
really
engage in,
think it's
where I knew he would be
interesting that
clear-minded and
everybody who actually worked professional with him actually is saying that his alcohol and drugs issue got worse actually the time he was with Amber. Like, isn't that saying something as well?
There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp
I need
engaging
a new
in
job.
what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, you know, there were times when he would be upset about something and he would be very, very, very upset about something. Seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. You know, I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, you know, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, you know, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, you know, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly you know, the notion of I want to answer you accurately. You know, people moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, you know, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained.
So Amber's lawyers actually gave him a subpoena, so this man actually had to testify because of them. And you actually really see that he doesn't really want to testify and say nasty things about Johnny.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2000?
And he is actually pretty good because he is making or testifying in a way like, well,
in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually obviously severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Sure.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions of anger and upset associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I've described in that 2010 and on time frame, as I recall, income was very significant. Spending was very significant. And the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy,
I would actually like to know how much he spent on her family and friends to actually support them in their living arrangements and their parties and their holidays instead of their security staff and things like that.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
No specific recollection.
Less than 50,000?
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
So this is just to show everybody that it's not Amber Heard's story, that
what, if any, observations did you make
cost him his roles or his money, but that he already lost a lot of money
spending under control.
before the abuse story came out.
That never
It doesn't
seemed to
really have to do
happen.
anything with this.
And so there would be, at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow through.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMG file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalf while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month, but I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels?
Just said.
And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing $25 million by the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain $25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that you were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed. And as I've indicated, the tone of these conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016,
I think this is one of the most
that you have just described were taking place?
Boring
more specifically
testimonies, but this is just to actually
Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn
because
didn't
it's about the
survive
50 million. Like, he's
when it
suing her
became
for
clear that
50
he was not willing
million,
to sell the
and
property
with
himself.
this kind of
And the
questions,
tone of those
they
conversations
actually
became more heated and more contentious as time went on, because the circumstances were more dire.
I'm not ignoring your text message,
And would it
Lunar.
be fair to say that your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July
I'm
2015
trying to pay
up through the
attention to
time of
this.
your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's
Don't worry,
termination?
Lunar.
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand-delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
So the moment they actually show that he is now suing Amber, not because to clear his name, what he actually testified to. He testified that he doesn't need the money, he doesn't care about the money, and
we should coordinate a transition.
with this testimony,
As of the time of the termination?
they actually want to show that he really needs that 50
And did Mr.
million.
White accept your offers of assistance?
So I'm actually really curious
For the most part, no.
what Johnny's lawyers
Approximately
will
How
do.
much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented?
That's what I don't like about those
The amount being
videos.
reported
Like,
to be something like $600 million.
actually really object
I
or
believe that amount was probably,
juries that
close
actually
back.
can see the person.
Still,
She
$650 million.
can actually see the people sitting in front of them. It's completely different than
Mr. Mandel,
this.
did
What's actually good for
TMG
Johnny,
or
but
you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
I'm actually really curious.
Mr.
Really
Mandel,
curious.
Did
And I would
you
probably, if
ever
I
found
was a lawyer and I
adjudicated
actually
by
studied law,
any
what I haven't,
court, any kind of legal entity,
I would
any
love to ask
agency
him, well, how
to
much
have
money
committed
went
malpractice,
to
malfeasance, or embezzlement?
the penthouses where Amber's family and friends stayed?
All right, we'll go ahead and take our
How
morning
much
recess.
were all the
Ladies and gentlemen,
holidays?
take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case and don't.
Are we having a moment recess? Yeah. So.
Again, court is still in session. If we could.
Oh. So, yeah, they're now just showing that Johnny is only suing because he really needs the money, instead of just clearing his name. And to be honest, and I would probably do that as well, like, well, if Amber wouldn't have said Johnny was abusing her, and then you have the pirates and Disney, and yeah, maybe he's late and totally drugged out. What is the problem? Because that's your job, it's your work. But he's the star of the show. Okay? There is no Pirates of the Caribbean without Captain Jack Sparrow. It's and with Pirates 6, like, okay, Margot Robbie, she's great, she's brilliant, but let's be honest, we all want to see Jack Sparrow. We don't really care about any other actor in the movie. It's like, yeah, they're nice, but it's Johnny Depp who does it. It's so I understand what they're trying to do. I just don't know if it will work. I think you just have to see how cross-examination is going and what Johnny's lawyer will actually say. Like, it's a bit damaging because of his behavior, how it went down. On the other hand, I'm really like, he always was using drugs and he always was drinking. We heard it, but he always was on time. He always did his job. hanging out with his friends, doing his things. But since he actually met Amber, his use actually went up. So why is that? Stress, probably. Things can't handle the whole. It's interesting. I think that's interesting, and that's, I think, what we are actually looking for when we look to the psychology of things. Like, okay, why was there such an increase in the last couple of years? What happened? What happened that he actually felt he needed more alcohol and he needed more drugs? So, like, if we actually can prove that, like, okay, everybody is talking about those last couple of years, so let's do that. Why did it happen? You know, and I think the big difference between Johnny and Amber is that Johnny is actually a real private person. Like, before this whole circus actually came out, he was in a relationship, married to Vanessa Paradis for, 14 plus years. Like, we never ever heard any weird things except for Johnny maybe having a party and is completely wasted, but that's nothing new. So, yeah, I'm really curious at that. Like, he never was like that. Otherwise, we would have heard it like ages ago. Like, Johnny isn't. How old is she? 30 something. So, he's way older. So, yeah. I think this, and especially this part of the trial, and I really hope we get more witnesses actually outside of the financial circle, because this is just to show why he is suing them. So I have 13 minutes. Guys, I will just grab a drink very fast, so I will be back soon. Hope you stay with us, and I'll be right back. Hi guys. Okay. So 3 minutes to go. Hopefully after the break it will be a bit more about the behavior instead of the financial things. Guess that's the biggest part though of this trial though. So yeah, I think when we watched the first witness, like so many years, your friend and with his agent as well. It's actually pretty sad to see that you actually lost people that are so long in your life. Now we're talking about 20 plus years. So yeah, I really think it was a really toxic relationship, and not just because of the violence and the abuse. I think the biggest part of him actually getting more intoxicated and using more drugs is or was actually the relationship. So I'm actually curious what will come up and what Johnny's lawyers will do and say. Hopefully actually put at points that things actually changed over the duration of their relationship instead of all those years before. Like her lawyers actually make it seem that it's all because of the Pirates of the Caribbean and actually getting more money. That's why he started living excessively. I think that like going on all those trips and throwing the parties, letting people stay in your house for free. Like they didn't pay anything at all. So where's that money coming from? So you guys think about that. Okay. And I don't know why. Or like in the beginning of the trial, and I have seen it in a lot of coverage as well, that people talking about people who can actually empathize with other people, but other people empathize with them as well. And you see that pretty clear with the lawyers as well. Like, you must just love Camille. Like, she is amazing. And then you look at Amber lawyers. Oh. I really can't make any conclusions, but I just can't empathize or have any feelings regarding to that woman. She is, I think, like Amber actually chose the really wrong bunch of lawyers there as well. Like, it's not just Amber, you know, the people and juries as well. They also look at the lawyers. So when the lawyers are, you can't feel anything towards the lawyers, there is a problem for Amber there as well. And I think that's a big plus for Johnny in this trial as well. Like, you want to listen and empathize, but the moment Amber's lawyers are actually getting up and start talking, you're almost like, you want to follow it, but you almost, like, if it was on TV, just change the channel and it was just that. There is no connection with other people. Like, I don't feel any connection with her lawyers at all. There is not one moment in this case and this trial, what is going on for weeks now, that I was like, oh yeah, that was good, that was nice. No, not once. And I love how relaxed Johnny's lawyers seem as well. Like, and the jury is seeing that. No, they are seeing that they're laughing and it's like throwing a whole bag of candies on the table and just eating it in between. Like, okay, that was interesting, you know. So why are they so relaxed? No, I'm not from the fashion police, but Alana. Like, I wouldn't wear that. It's like, you know, when you were young and you've been sent to the principal. It's like that feeling get when I actually look at her. It's, oof.
All right, be seated. Your next witness. Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that with me, and we'll be questioning next, and then it will be Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Well, there we go again.
Morning. My name is Elaine Brettahoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure, it's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
He thinks.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I wanted to say that.
You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Brettahoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
Like, why you would ask a lawyer? Like, he
I
can't
think he
say.
can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman?
Here you see Mr. Depp.
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection.
Yeah.
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
Why you should subpoena a lawyer?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction
Objection.
not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Don't even have to be a lawyer to actually know that,
Mr.
so
Waldman,
why ask the
when
question?
did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Like,
And
she's
the
a lawyer.
arrangement in any event
She
is,
should know this, right?
Irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
Like, come on.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship. Yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for advice?
I would instruct.
It's the same
instruct
question.
The witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
You see what I mean with empathizing
Let's go general again and see if maybe
with your lawyer. It's like,
work out from
woman.
that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
I think we need to let...
Would be free to terminate at any time.
My apologies, Mr. Waldman. I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way, so I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness
Oh,
not to
come
answer
on.
that question.
I don't know if any of you have
without disclosing
a
communications
bit of
with Mr.
like
Depp.
understanding
So I
of the
instruct
law.
witness not to answer.
Like
I
why?
accept the instruction.
Why would you subpoena a
Mr.
lawyer?
Waldman, if
Please
you
explain.
were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship, and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of a settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking you personal knowledge, which would mean you would
I actually love how a
have
lawyer
witnessed it.
actually tells another
If you're
lawyer how
asking
they
whether I've
should
witnessed
react.
it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Once you came into Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr.
It's
Depp.
a tricky one as well. Like if he answers a question and he answers it wrong,
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr.
They can
Depp's
actually
agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy
get me in
Jacobs?
front of the bar.
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
Gosh.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Okay, see you soon, Lan.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten, correct?
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes.
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would. That is attorney work product, and that is protected in Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question yes or no.
Yes.
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
It would.
And therefore?
And therefore I accept the instruction.
How frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same
What?
instruction not to answer the question.
I accept
Did she one time just went to the store
You
and
remain Mr. Depp's
bought
primary
like a
counsel
pack of
for all
milk
of his
and
affairs. Isn't
on the
that
back
correct?
there was like a
I-
law decree or something?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent
we
that
go
you
again,
cannot
guys.
answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
And it's worse because
I
it's
think it would implicate discussions with Mr.
it's
Depp, so I
like-
accept your instruction.
it's lawyers. So you really can't say anything about her behavior as well. I just don't understand why he is there.
2018 is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. Do you see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
What?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communication.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it
Oh,
requires
God,
you
people.
to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
I'm always,
Same instruction not to answer.
yeah, I'm
based on
always
attorney-client
curious
privilege and
why
attorney work product.
you would ask
I accept the instruction.
that kind of questions anyway, if you're a
How many
lawyer.
publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same
What?
grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Was it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me your best estimate.
Love that one.
I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Well, that's the same question,
Was it more
isn't
than
it?
a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform. And
Really?
the response that I received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Ow.
have a Twitter account now?
No.
Do you still communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between
Ayla.
you and Johnny.
It would, so I accept the
You
instruction.
always wanted to be a lawyer,
You
so
still
what do you
communicate
think
with the
about
press
this?
on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Like,
Same instruction.
why
same
asking
grounds.
questions when you already know they can't answer?
Has
What
Mr.
is
Depp
that?
ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I'm
Instruct
just
the witness not to
here,
answer
there we
because
go
it's an
again. Like,
end around
I'm
the
just,
attorney-client privilege.
I would
However,
love to see
instruct the
actually
witness
Camille's
not-
face or
witness not to
Johnny's
answer.
lawyers, or actually the guy who is objecting all
Has
the
Mr.
time.
Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and
Yeah,
Amber
but you
Heard?
know he can't
Instruct the
answer.
witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
Like, and these are questions that you actually
Would you
like,
have
okay,
followed Mr. Depp's direction if he
it
had
does, the
asked
question really
you
doesn't
not
matter.
to speak speak with the press.
in this case, because if it's true or not true, like, he can say it because it's a lawyer.
I accept the instruction.
Like, it is different.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract
That when you say, oh, I plead the fifth or
Depp
something.
or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I don't think when you have lawyers and things like that, like they're on their game, actually.
Followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard.
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept.
I think she is actually thinking when she's asking the questions
Ever asked
that the jury will think, oh, he doesn't answer it because it is true.
Statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard.
But that's so
I want to
completely
make sure I
different.
understand the instruction. Are you saying
Like, it
instruct
doesn't
not to
matter if
answer
Johnny
in
said
the
yes
event
or no.
It implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as
Like,
exhibit
even
number 4.
if Johnny never said anything, he can't answer the question because it's his lawyer.
And it's a,
you know?
It's an article from July 3, 2020. From Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
I really don't understand the...
Actually, if I'm just going to go to page 8, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that
Objection,
question
Your Honor.
on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Come on.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you?
Where did our sound go?
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
And in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment. Depp, at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making
I'm
this
also
statement?
wondering what a jury actually thinks about this. You know, you're sitting there
Did you
and
discuss the statement
it's going
with
on
Mr.
for
Depp
weeks and
after
weeks.
making the statement?
And then you get
Same
this kind
instruction,
of
same grounds.
like
The instruction.
time
Was Mr.
wasting
Depp aware either before or after that
bullshit.
you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Like, I would get so tired of this, what actually really doesn't work
Did you
in
make
favor
this statement with Mr.
of
Depp's
Amber, or
authorization
am I
or
wrong?
agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
God.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same
Same
instruction, same
instructions.
grounds.
There you go.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would
Maybe you
have
actually
corrected or
should become a
retracted it?
lawyer, Lan.
Same instruction, same grounds.
You can help Amber
accept the
Heard in
instruction.
her bloody appeal or something, because she probably need a bunch of new lawyers.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one, if you would like to read the article.
That will
first.
be another 300 objections again.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman.
Well, that's what her lawyers are doing. You think it's
said
on
the various
purpose?
discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
That's an objection,
I'm going to
woman.
direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm sorry.
Where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through...
What?
911. You stated all that. Is that correct?
No.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
There we go again, guys.
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
And we all saw, like,
the instruction.
The body cams of the police, the first call. Like, there was nothing there.
Making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
So how did that, how does that work?
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
So have you guys seen the body cam
Did you discuss these
of
statements
the
with Mr.
first
Depp
police
following
officers that
these
actually
statements?
came to the
Same instruction,
penthouse?
same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Like, I would get so annoyed if I was in the
instruction.
jury box.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the
So
instruction.
yesterday I had
If Mr. Depp
watched
had
the
told
body
you these
cam.
statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
And
Same instruction,
of the
same
first
basis.
police officers responding to the
Accept the
first call,
instruction.
you had
Did
to
you rely
wine
upon
spots
any statements or evidence from Mr.
on the
Depp
floor in the
making
photo, what
these
Amber
statements?
showed.
Same instruction, same
It
basis.
wasn't there.
I accept the
The
instruction.
house looked perfect, the penthouse. So,
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take
and
a
then
look
in the second,
at
and she even
exhibit
said
number
everything
6.
was
This
okay,
was
nothing was
another
going on
Daily
until the
Mail
second
online,
call, and then everything was
July
just
3,
smashed and wine, and
2020.
still weird though.
And if you would like
But then it's
to
like,
go
okay,
ahead
which
and,
penthouse was
read
it,
the article,
you know?
this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading, and I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Right here. Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay.
I actually want to know what's under the black.
Specifically, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Wouldn't it be nice if you actually can say the things what you think?
Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
Wouldn't, tell me honestly, guys, wouldn't you be so annoyed when you're sitting there for weeks and then you have to listen to this, and it's like, well, there's no point.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as
no point at all.
Exhibit number 11, and if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it.
No, it doesn't matter if Johnny said it or not said it. Like, we will never know if he did or he didn't. And we can think, oh yes, he did. And well, is he dead wrong to actually say those things? I don't think so. So the whole use of this, it's like, I actually really would like to see the jury, see their reactions actually to these kind of things, you know.
Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Like, I think I rolled my eyes like 10,000 times already.
11. So, because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top.
If you were in the jury, would this be important to you guys?
209 minutes, and it has this.
Like, would you actually change your mind or think differently about the case?
And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what there
we go again.
publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist. He's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer any. I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17 February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17 February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday the 17th of February, no. But I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail Online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or
What's the
had
point?
domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as you would say, element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
There you go.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you...
So these are her lawyers, or his lawyers
so
now.
that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp.
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was beaten further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who've testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st
There you go.
And the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
So why you should subpoena this man?
Let's see.
It's not really helping your case, is
Laura
it?
Divineer, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divineer was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard's. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, to her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th.
He's just kicking your ass.
Of course, she appeared bruised again on the 27th.
What?
Some of them have
So you
testified
subpoenaed
that even
this
after the 27th,
man to
they
actually
were with her and she appeared,
win this
and
case.
she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th,
Like,
I'm not
I
sure
actually
if I've
would
listed
pull
9
my own
plus the 2
hair
police
out.
officers, but I think that's
Like,
an
why?
illustration of what I
You
was
see what
referring
I
to,
mean? Like, why should
when
you
I
subpoena
in
this
the
man?
question you asked me.
Can you please pull up a document labeled ARW 660, please? Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you help disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her
Have we
claim.
seen those?
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on Earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
I've had several phone calls with a person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his real name.
Isn't social media great?
Other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists, because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. If they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
Showing on the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you...
so how is that going?
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't, in fact, investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Shoot.
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially,
look at the
statement.
smile.
Then
like I think they actually should look into it. Like, why
the LA Sheriff's Department
shouldn't you if it's
and that was the last I heard
really clear at some points that she's actually perjuring herself?
Who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing.
So what do you guys think? Like,
false.
Should they actually look into perjury and
in your view,
laying charges?
So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No. No, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Heard
I think they should, and
had made to a court.
I think
was that claim that you filed?
Like the
writing?
biggest reason is that.
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim?
Like it's horrible when something like IPV actually happened to you.
I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that.
But when you're actually, like, you're ruining somebody's life with those accusations, and if it's true,
but I don't.
Well, he deserved it, or she deserved it, you know.
No.
But if it's not true and it's a lie,
so what was
there should be consequences.
And he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Like in this instance, there are consequences for
alleged written claim.
Johnny.
Yes.
So why shouldn't there be consequences for her, except for the public opinion?
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
So if you're in trouble,
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to
where's the objection
the general
for?
public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness. Go ahead.
We start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
So have we seen this one?
What's your name and business address for the record, please?
Marie Sadanaga, M-A-R-I-E, Sadanaga, S-A-D-A-N-A-G-A. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
So if there are, when the patrol officers arrive at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic
They say
dispute.
nothing was wrong.
And then it says, met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014.
I'm actually really interested in this one. Like, would they show the bloody body cam as well?
Violence supplemental report. And it says, the domestic violence supplemental report, form 15.40.02, has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it, and the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadanaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9.
What?
And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Are you kidding?
Yes. Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in
And it's
exhibit
like,
number
she's
8?
the bloody head of domestic violence, and she thinks that a form is looking like this and this. That's a bit shocking.
Left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray.
I really hope they show the body cam from the first.
Why these are included on this list?
First officers
My
responding.
understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur, so things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And it didn't happen. Why?
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different.
I don't think so.
I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report, so there is a place to document your observations and statements from people, and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime, and that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
Actually really interesting.
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them, and that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity.
So
the
first
officers
something
would
had
put their
to
source of
happen to
activity
you, and
and
then
then
we react.
document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence, all that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be, if there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented.
But they didn't.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
We take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that either their life was in danger or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument, there was no physical injury, both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
Ms. Behavioural asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
That's
yes.
True. Okay.
But they can see things, though. No, when it's really clear that something is going on.
With a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily, because they would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and, evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that.
Then you actually have proof that something happened.
There were a number of questions asked about if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth, and both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical
they didn't see anything, and that's why there is no
altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury, because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Leading.
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and I guess what I'm trying to say, I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those, so in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene, and if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
Then there need to be proof.
All right, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back in an hour.
Okay. So, yeah. Like, that is so weird, you know. You have the first officers responding. They have their body cam on. There is nothing, completely nothing. Nobody actually took them anywhere. Like, okay, if that domestic violence happened, okay, and you have the witness, Amber's friend, who took them through the whole apartment and all the penthouses and things like that. But that was the second call. Why? Why not the first call? Because they were there, okay, and they walking and their body cam is on, no wine spilled, nothing. Amber and her friends are sitting on the couch and, oh no, everything is fine. No, nothing at all. So, in that moment, there is nothing to report because the scene looks clean and there are no visible injuries. So I have to say, like, I couldn't really see that on the first webcam because they were sitting, and there you go. What's also, it's like, okay, she was saying that she didn't want to report Johnny and wanted to protect him. That's why she didn't do anything the first time. So why call the second time? Like, I don't know how much longer, and then everything is destroyed. All of it. And then you have bruises. And then your hair got pulled out of your head. Like, people, that actually really hurt. Like, I wouldn't be sitting and laughing. No way. So, I actually think it's funny how the lawyers actually trying to blame the LAPD for not doing their job or not making the witness or the accident reports, but they didn't have any reason to actually do this. You know, there was no distress, no visible injuries, no damage to the scene at that point. So why would you make an incident report? You know, it would be so different if they actually walked through the hallway and then you actually see all the wine spilled on the floor, and like, that can be an accident. But the officers would have stopped to actually check that out. Then you will go, or you go into the apartment, and everything looks brilliant. Everything looks nice and clean, and like, why should you? Why should you make an incident report? And I think she is actually, well, cutting in her own fingers, I wanted to say, but that's a bit... But why would you actually bring that up? Like, you have the body cams, you have their testimonies, and now you actually try to say that the LAPD didn't do their job, or the police officers didn't do the job. Well, they showed the body cam. They showed how everything looked. They testify under oath that they didn't see any injuries. Like, what do they gain by lying about it? There is no gain for them. Like, and the female officer who actually came there, she is trained to handle domestic violence cases. And it's definitely true that victims of domestic violence most of the time don't press charges. Okay, they're too afraid. Because the thing, what happens is, okay, I'm in a situation and my partner really hit me. Okay, and the police come. And it's like, okay, well, we will take you. They will take you away. But he will get out. Okay, especially when it's an incident. And he or she will come home. And it will get worse than it already was. And I think laws, when you look at domestic violence, it's like you need to really need to protect the victim. And actually arresting somebody for domestic violence and then let them go like a couple of hours later doesn't protect your victim. And in most situations, they don't have anywhere to go. Because that's another point when you look at domestic violence. It is that they actually make the circle of the victim really small. So there is no support network. Most of the time. And it actually really goes slowly. Like, domestic violence is happening slowly. Especially when you be in a relationship with a person who actually really has an antisocial personality disorder. Okay, so narcissistic behavior, sociopath, borderline part of. So, although borderline is still a bit different. So when you actually take a narcissistic person who is the perpetrator, okay, they will do it slowly. They will actually really make your circle small. So in the end, you don't really have friends. You're not really seeing your family anymore, or maybe not at all. So where do you go? Like, you don't have anywhere to go. And to get out of a situation is really hard, and especially if there are children involved as well. Like, you can go to human refuge and take your kids away. And that's another horrible thing, because you have to explain to your kids what's going on. You take them away from their school, their friends, the things they know. So a lot of women don't want to do that either. So they actually really don't have a choice than to stay in an abusive relationship. And they can be charming, okay, in the beginning. Like, I really love how, for example, Amber is actually telling about the nice times when Johnny was magical and sober and such a nice guy, and oh my god, he is such a wonderful person, and who I'm so in love. Okay, when you have victims of domestic violence and it's going on for a while, you don't hear that. Okay, from all the people I helped and talked to who were actually victims in domestic violence, they when I asked them, okay, tell me about the beginning, and they will tell what they felt. They will say, oh, he was charming, he was this, he was that, but they're not saying it happy. Okay, they're not smiling, oh, he was so ooh, and yay, wonderful, and butterflies and rainbows and stars shooting. No. They will remember it, but they will, let's say we are a couple of years further like Amber is now, you will recall like, oh yeah, he was charming and he was nice and he helped a lot, but the pain that you went through all those time, it's still there. And when you leave a domestic violence relationship, you first live in fear for quite some time. Then you're thinking, actually, okay, what did I wrong? Because that's what you thought all of your relationship, that there was actually something wrong with you. Not with the person who actually did it, but you must have done something to deserve it, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. So you still think that, especially when you come out of a relationship like that. Like, how long was it? 4 weeks later, she has a new boyfriend. Oh, okay, yeah, possibly. Like a bit of a revenge and showing that no matter what somebody does to you, I can do it as well, and like 20 times better than you can. Yeah, but fear and the wordless feeling is still in you. Then you get the anger. And when you're so angry, you will not talk about the person with so much love, because all that love has actually turned into anger. You know, so that's another thing that I can't understand. It's like, well, he could be a nice guy, don't get me wrong. Like, oh, you're sober, so now everything is nice. No, because you know what can happen. Sorry. Like, you know that you're still walking on eggshells, because maybe tomorrow he's taking another drink. And that's not going out of your head. That stays there. So you're always on guard, no matter what. That's another thing I just think it's really weird. And then we had the lawyer. Like, why? Why would you call the lawyer? still doesn't make any sense. Like, I can actually understand when you have a witness and you know he is guilty about something, and you will say to the person, okay, have you done this, this, and this? Well, I plead the fifth. Well, then you actually know, you actually did it, right? You know? Like, you just don't want to tell us. Well, in this case, it's just a lawyer who isn't allowed to answer your question because he can be ruined. Why ask him? And then actually subpoenaed him, so he has to come and he has to testify in court. And you also know there will be a cross-examination, and it's like, well, there you go. Now he can say everything he actually thinks. Now he actually could say, oh, there were so many witnesses who actually never saw a fight, or not physical, or injuries, or things like that. And how many was that? Over 21. So not even all the persons who actually testified in this defamation trial. So why calling him? Like, why subpoena him? It's like you actually shooting your own leg. And that's the same with this police officer and detective and the head of domestic violence. If they don't see proof or evidence, okay? If they don't see visible injuries, a crime scene, a place that's whole turned upside down, there is just nothing to report. And why the wait? Why the wait between the calls? Oh no, I didn't want to report him, and then, like, I don't know how much longer. Oh, then yes, I actually do. And God, the photos as well. It's like, well, maybe when there is somebody in a trusted group, hey Lan, when there is somebody in your little support network, maybe if you have one, that says, okay, enough is enough, and we make pictures, and then maybe, like, a lot of domestic violence victims, they actually don't even make the photos themselves and don't actually have the friends to do it. Most pictures that are actually taken are taken by police because they saw the injuries on your face or your body or things like that. And I think if you are a domestic violence victim and you have the balls to make the pictures because you want to leave, you're a very, very brave person. But if you're at that point and if it's that bad and you're finally away, you don't really go back, do you? And sometimes they actually do, to be honest. Like, some victims just can't handle a new situation. No, and that is what you see, for example, when they actually get taken away and they're not ready themselves. It's like when you are a victim of domestic violence, and I think that's with a lot of things. Being an addict as well, or really, really struggle with certain things. Like, you need to be ready to let go of it. You need to be ready to stop it. You need to be ready to leave the person who is actually beating you up. If you're not ready to do that, you will not leave. And if you leave, you will probably come back. So that's how it normally goes when you look at a domestic violence case. And of course, every case is different. But you have certain responses to things. And you're not waiting till somebody is sober. And if somebody is sobering up, you're still afraid. Because you don't know. It's unpredictable. Every day you're walking on eggshells because you don't know when the person is coming home, if you will have a quiet day or it will end up in fighting and maybe worse. So there is not really a moment that you can sit down and relax and enjoy your time. So the whole shooting stars and flying hearts, it just isn't reality. It isn't reality. Like, that's just not how it works. And I don't know if people really understand it, like, who haven't been in a really violent relationship. But I think that people actually can make or can think about how they would respond to some things, what they would do. And I don't know if it's really a thing that you actually can believe, that you are really so happy because he is so nice and he's sweet and everything. I don't think it works like that. So yeah, and I think when you look now at the witnesses as well, the things that are actually getting ruined by a toxic relationship, because that's what it is. Okay, it's not. Yes, they are on break. Where was I? Oh yeah, toxic relationship. Like, you're doing things to each other. It's not just one person to the other one. But I do believe, especially when one of the parties is actually really suffering from a mental illness, it's very different than that you're just struggling. So dealing with that is unbelievable hard and truly not for everybody. And then when we talk about a borderline, most especially cluster B, when you look at it, most of the time what they do is actually being in a relationship. Like 45% of people with borderline actually being in a relationship with a male or a female who has mental issues as well. So in this case, you have Johnny Depp, who's an addict, and it actually is getting worse and worse and worse. So I think it's hard, and it's I think what makes this hard as well is because when you know victims of domestic violence, and the worst thing is if people don't believe them, and you don't want to go there as well. So I actually think it is a pretty hard case, especially because, okay, you hear the witnesses, but you hear them from both sides. No, oh, I didn't see anything. Oh, yes, I have seen everything. Everything. Oh, I was there. Oh, I wasn't there. Except then for the violence, what I still think is unbelievable. Like, not one person who actually see the physical abuse. So it is actually a pretty, like, you choose sides. That's what you do. Like a person, and I think the jury has this as well. Alana said they were on break, like they have their lunch break. I'm actually really wondering, like, the jury, like they're just people like you and I. So if you actually look at the things like today, like with a lawyer or with a guy who is actually doing his financial things and actually don't want to be there, like, what do you guys think? Like, does it change? And especially with a lawyer, because he isn't allowed to answer. So do people think, oh, he actually did that kind of things? And then on the other hand, well, does it actually care if he said to the male that what Amber is saying, that it's a hoax? So it's a tough one. I don't know. I'm like, if I'm actually looking at it, I would, to be honest, I was really annoyed. Really, like, why are you asking the questions over and over and over again? Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like, I don't care if he actually said to the male that this is the end of Amber Heard's hoax. And I think that after all the other witnesses and the recordings we actually heard, that a lot of people are actually really thinking the same. Or am I wrong? So yeah, but in the end, and I think that's a bit on now, it's like, it's not about the abuse, it's about the op-ed publication. And like, even if Johnny Depp is like financial in deep waters. Like, can't he soar then? Like, does that change? I think the only thing what actually maybe is changing is because his former agent said that the roles he was offered got less because he was so unpredictable and unprofessional. And sometimes, like, okay. On the other hand, we had heard his witness saying, who is now his agent, that there are actually a lot of movies on the table. And you see, it's a yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And then in the end of the day, I think it's just like, who's more credible? Who's more likable? Now, I think when Amber actually had Johnny's lawyers, maybe she would stand a chance because the lawyers are likable as well. Like, I don't believe that there is actually one person in that whole courtroom who actually can listen to the woman without getting a migraine. She's even giving my migraine a headache. It's like, come on. Why? Why the questions? And if you ask a question, you should know the answer to the question. And I'm no lawyer, so I'm not sure how they work, but you don't ask questions and you don't know the answer to it. It's like, why? Why would you do that? Now she's drilling a lawyer who actually can't say anything, isn't allowed to say it. Then he gets cross-examined and he just got kicked off the table. So yeah, I'm actually really wondering when you guys look at this and you listen to it and you hear others speak and talk, that you're like, well, yeah, I'm on that team or I'm on that team. I love this video though. So, okay, this is happening. And now I finally can do a bit of a behavior thing. Ah, come on. Please bring it back. Anyways, what I wanted to say is, you see Johnny. He's completely irrational, okay? Intoxicated, drunk, kicking the doors, smashing the glass and the cabinets and everything. And she is standing there, putting her phone down, drinking her coffee. Oh, Johnny, what is wrong? You go talk to a person who is already, like, intoxicated, because you can't talk to a person who is that drunk. Okay? And there you're standing with your whining little voice, sorry. Actually, oh, it is a whining little voice, okay? She is actually getting him more angry than he already is, because she knows exactly how he reacts. When you actually have a domestic violence victim and they see this behavior, okay, and they know this behavior, like, this is the behavior, like, I need to get out of here because shit can go wrong very fast. They're not standing, putting the phone in the right position, drinking a cup, and then whine. Because you know, if there is physical violence, you know you will get hit. Okay? You know. So you don't stand there with your coffee and, oh, and trying to piss him off even more than he already is. Why would you do that? And then the moment he's actually coming towards you, you put your cup in front of the camera so he doesn't see your phone. That's no victim behavior, because that's really calculated. Okay, you know what you're doing, and when you're a victim, fear's taking over. You have I think it's an hour. I think it's an hour lunch break. I think this is 2 minutes, and then they will talk about other things. But when you're a victim, you have 3 responses to violence. Okay, it's freeze, fight, or flight. I haven't seen any of those, and that are the normal standard 3 things what you will do. There is no other way. You're not going into the confrontation and trying to make somebody more angry than that person already is. Okay, so or you will stand still and it freeze, like you're just in shock. You just don't move because you know what is coming, and you really hope that if you don't move, he doesn't notice, or she doesn't notice you. You're invisible, and when you don't move or don't say anything, you hope that the person committing the violence goes away by itself without hurting you. Okay, that's what you do when you freeze. Then you have to fight, and most of the time you see that when a person is actually getting over the domestic violence, getting over being a victim, so they fight back. No, even when a person is coming to you and you know things are wrong, you just protect yourself and you fight. You need to survive. Okay, and with that I don't mean that there is nothing wrong, everything is fine, and you just walk through the closet, take a gun and shoot somebody. Like, okay, understandable in some occasions, but no, that's not what to talk about. The situation itself, when something happens, how you react. And then you have the flight, and that's the most normal one, what you actually see a lot in domestic violence victims. That if something happens, like the video what we just saw, you just run. You go. You don't stay in the room. You just leave. You're not waiting till you get punched. You don't want the argument. You don't want the mental violence as well. You just go. So that video actually shows a really calculated move. And then when you look at the pictures, you're like, oh, well, you know, and that's a problem as well. Like, if we actually see or hear a lie, like, can we believe the rest? Like, I truly believe that some things out of her story are actually true. And the things that were true is undeniable. The mental abuse, okay? Because people who are that intoxicated and high on cocaine, they're horrible, and they have like that bad temper when they're under influence. They're horrible. honestly, they're horrible. So that are parts of her story that I can think, yeah. And I think a jury may think that as well. Like, yeah, okay. That sounds reasonable. But and it doesn't make it less worse than physical. I think it make it less worse than sexual assault. And that is something that I'm like, oh, no. Now you can't accuse people of doing things like that. And when it turns out to be a lie, like, come on. And like, some things in her testimony are just like, what? Like the one with the pool table. Okay, so he picks her up, throws her across the room, and she lands on the pool table. So he needs to actually like throw her. So he needs to be bloody strong to actually throw a person to the other side of the room to actually land on a pool table. And then she actually said, I hold on to him and he landed on top of me. So he throws so hard that she flies through the room with him attached, and they both end up on the pool table. It's just not possible. You know, and oh, he hits, or he cut the finger off with the phone. So he has his phone in his hand. He cut his finger off. But then she holds him by the neck, and he's doing the thing with the bottle. Where the hell is, where was the bottle? How? Where? Please. So, and that's pain. You know, and I think a lot of women or men who actually went through sexual assault, and they see this, they already know, like, if we actually come out and tell what actually happened to us, nobody will believe us. Thank you. So it's a really hard thing. Like, we want people to come forward, okay? We want people to get out of domestic violence situations. We want them to get help. We want them to be safe. But these kinds of situations make it so hard for them to come forward. And to talk about it. Press charges. And you know, you will every time think, okay, how do I respond? What do I do? So it's really hard. Then you have the PTSD. Like, if you get tested for PTSD, you will have some of the triggers. Okay? But there are a lot of questions. And some will, or you will feel you actually have that, and the others you totally don't. Like, when we do PTSD testing, it's rare that there is a person who actually has every symptom. Because it really depends on the trigger as well. Like sometimes you get it from this, sometimes you get it from that. Some feel really anxious, while others getting more like the freeze, flight, or fight. At the moment, we actually testing and assessing, and that's what I thought when you have forensic psychologists and assessing Amber and Johnny from a distance, like how I still don't know how that works. Like, okay, of course you have all the papers and trials information to make some kind of assessment. That's what they do. They're trained for that. But like leaving whole questions out or not answering doesn't make any sense. No, even if it's about the last 6 months, when I take an assessment, and it is about assault, and I know the assault took place 5 years ago, I can't really tell them that, okay, because how many times did the assault happen the last 6 months? Because it doesn't make any sense. It didn't happen 6 months ago. It happened 5 years ago. No, the only thing you actually can ask is how many times do you feel this? When do you get triggered? What is triggering you? How many times in the last 6 months? And then you can actually see how far or if the PTSD is still there, if it's getting less or it's getting worse. Like we do the assessments normally almost every week, especially when you have therapy for PTSD, because we want to know if you're actually getting better. And then the only thing I have to give, like Dr. Hughes said, Amber is not a client. No, she's not. She's not a client, she's not a patient. The only thing what she's doing is making an assessment, seeing what is going on, and that's it. So she don't provide therapy. But the testing, it's like, what? But it's really hard as well, because when a person is coming to you and true, like to actually diagnose PTSD, a person must have a traumatic event. Okay, so that can be MVA, so motor vehicle accidents. It can be assault. It can be a disaster, natural disaster. Witnessing an accident, witnessing death, homicide. So there must be a traumatic event to actually diagnose PTSD in the first place. And from there you go on. If you have a person, and like normal when people come and they need help for PTSD, they're not calculated, okay? They just fill out the test. And they fill out the test honestly. When you're calculated, you can play with the test. And you could actually play with any kind of test. And then it's through interviews to see if we actually think that's true, or is there something else? And that's where Dr. Curry said, well, when I did the interview, because she did the test as well, and maybe she got first like, oh, now she has PTSD. But you have, outside the test, you have the whole clinical interview, what you do to actually really assess. And asking questions and asking the same questions only in a different way, it's part of it. So then it's getting a bit easier to play with, you know. And I think Dr. Curry actually did a pretty good job, because in her interview there were things that just didn't fit, that didn't make sense. And a big part of that was because she actually interviewed Johnny, and she did Amber as well. So she knows the story, and of course she is telling this, he is telling that. But with the right question, you actually really can figure out what's going on. And you weren't there, and you don't know how it feels, and yeah, somebody can lie, so they can both lie. But by asking the right questions, we actually can have a good understanding what's going on in a person's mind. Also, because of reactions they give us. Okay, and that's what we see when Amber is, for example, testifying. And she would have sat on the couch by Dr. Curry as well, and being over dramatic, where there probably the histrionic personality disorder came from. Like the drama around a small thing, for example. And the overreacting. And the lack of real emotions. I think that's a really big thing. Like the lack of you can't feign real emotions. You just can't. You can try, and some are really good at it. Like, I know Alana, she should have actually taken the stand and being sad and cry, and the tears just running down her cheek. Unbelievable, but it's true. It's like, well, but she doesn't have that. And then when your coach is, your acting coach is actually saying, oh, well, Amber's problem is that she can't cry on command. It's like, well, hold on. Why does she need to cry on command? Well, that didn't really work out as well. So, yes. And it's almost like I'm choosing places. And I just can't stand lying. Like, it's unnecessary. Like, if she actually had come out and would have said, like, okay, we're having a divorce, I can't handle this, because he's always intoxicated and high, and I had enough. That would be enough. But now, at the moment, she is, like, digging one hole after another hole, and her lawyers are digging with her, to be honest. So yeah, I'm actually really, really curious where it did land. Like, but I truly believe that, like, if Johnny actually wins, I think they, and no matter, by the way, if he wins, I think they really should look into the perjury situation. Like, how can you lie on stand and there are no consequences? Like, that's just giving a total wrong signal. And it doesn't matter if it's a civil case or a criminal case. It's still perjury. So the moment you actually know that somebody is lying, and this is not just one little lie, okay? This is not just like, no, this was a continuous lying. Like, come on. Like, you can't ruin a person's life by lie about the seriousness of the issue. So yeah, I really think I really feel very strong about it as well. Like the need, and I think that's a weird thing with the lawyer as well. Like, okay, we actually doing a criminal investigation in perjury, but then in the end, not. Like, how does that work? Why not? Like, what if there was actually a lot of proof against Johnny, and the police actually would have witnessed visible injuries, things like that? Then it wouldn't be even about suing anymore. That would be a criminal investigation. He could go to jail. And let's say there are a lot of guys, and well, probably a lot of guys, that actually go to jail for something they didn't do. And if you allow a person to lie on stand like this, and people actually think, yeah, and it doesn't really matter if male or woman, oh, we just can lie on stand. And that's it. And when we get caught, what do we get? Like, what, a slap on the wrist? It's not allowed to lie on stand. What? So, and also for the people that actually want to come forward, you know, and want to tell the truth. Because if it's so easy to accuse a person from any form of abuse or things like that, and especially the sexual assault part, if it's that easy, we're in trouble. We're actually in trouble. Like, we will get a lot of people because, oh, well, you know how it goes. You know how many times when something happened, or you actually have a person with issues or problems, and it's like, well, I will tell people that you raped me, or you abused me, or the moments that women say to men, oh, you can't leave me because I'm pregnant. You know, it's trying to control the other person. And if you try it and the person is still going, and you make, allegedly, making up accusations like that, and you get caught lying, you should be held responsible for that. Okay, guys, I'm having a quick break, and I'll be back. And we're back. So I'm not actually sure if we will see the detective, the head of the domestic violence again, or if we're getting a new. So I'm also really curious about your view on this. Like, how do you guys see this, and what's your opinions? Oh, finally.
All right.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school, so I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and
so he's pretty smart.
Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
I bet he's going to testify.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
That pictures weren't
and what did you do after
photoshopped.
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really, everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
Okay. And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It was called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was, as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix, and we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces, Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, M-A-I-L, and that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized
I don't know
voice
about
would
you
read your
guys,
email
but
and you could
I
speak or
have
reply
no idea.
into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public
Like
company.
I
in
actually
2000.
had to call
And what did you do
Wes
after that?
to
After
help
that,
me get
I,
a sound on
ended
the
up working,
stream.
At Equifax,
I'm such a
one of the 3
computer
credit bureaus in the
dummy.
United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
Oh no. Like how does that go? Like Johnny is still moving, but he's not. See if we can. I think it's them, guys. Like Johnny is still moving though. So it's not that there is something wrong. Well, except for their part. Let me see. No, he's still frozen. I think the computer couldn't take all the technical things as well. God. There he goes. And look at the size rings he's wearing, guys. Like, imagine you could actually hit by that. Like, that's not just a bruise, believe me.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security.
Just
and another
will
related
rip
to,
your whole skin.
Antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been consulting for litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation.
We're actually blaming Johnny that he brought
And
all
does that
the
work both in civil and criminal
dirt
matters?
out.
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously. But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor,
I
at this
always
time,
liked
Mr.
it when
Schnell is an
people
expert
say,
in the fields of
"Oh,
statistical and forensic
I'm
analysis of social media."
like independent."
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks. Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ooh.
You made here an
New
analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come forward, that's fine.
I could think he can say that ask that kind of questions when it's cross-examination, and in this case it's just like, okay, something has to be wrong with his credentials. What's a bit tricky though, because when you go to MIT when you're 14, you're smart pants, let's say that. Actually think this will be funny because it's about, of course, that Amber tweeted the op-ed article on her Twitter account, linked directly to the paper. So I'm really want to know what it actually will be,
All right. So, Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No.
All right. Then I'll move him in as an expert in statistical and forensic analysis of social media. Okay? Yes, sir, your question.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
Can you analyze hashtags?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
So API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use 2 of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag. And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
Right, she didn't use a hashtag, and that's why the article wasn't foundable or something?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found that a super majority of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January?
A lot more than Johnny's.
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And
can we get an example of those hashtags?
There were over another million, so 2.8
Anybody knows?
million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard.
Oh,
but
give me an example.
When I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did 2 of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
Okay. In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1?
6, so he had like,
Which is on the 5th page.
50 negative reviews or people talking about him or something?
Expert designation. Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be a?
If I could get it one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just.
Okay. Can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last? Can we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way it's. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
This is all with the bloody countersuit. So.
And is this a chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize. You see, in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay.
We just don't like Amber.
What are these columns?
Then you have
First,
Johnny
tell the
Depp
jury
is
what
an
they represent.
abuser.
So each of these is the.
We are with
number
you,
of
Amber
tweets
Hart. So
with
isn't that the same?
hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Like that's how.
And if we look
the
at
public
the first
thinks
one in
about
yellow, you see that first hashtag, the 4th one over?
I do.
And are there any what does it show from 2018 to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right,
well, in the
last
beginning,
3 hashtags,
after her abuse stories,
which
she
are
had a
highlighted,
lot more.
shows
Did
the
you guys
difference
see that?
between June and July. What did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all 3 of those hashtags?
That's correct.
Okay. And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged
That's not
defamatory
true.
statement
Look
was
there.
made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Wall?
You have here
My
what
understanding is
justice
that it
for
was the
Johnny
end of
Depp.
June of that
What's
year.
yellow?
2020?
Yes.
And this is
I'm
yellow
looking
as
at the
well.
hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp. For the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019.
They just used the
What did your
wrong
analysis-
color and nobody
what
is
does your
seeing
analysis
it.
show?
Weirdos.
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018, and then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to
And
November
here
of
is
2020
where
for the
Rachel Amber
hashtags
card.
related to
That's
Mr.
blue as
Depp,
well. What?
If you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay.
And
If
here
we look
she
at the,
doesn't have anything.
Last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater. What does that show in terms? What did your analysis find in terms of tweets with those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there. There are single-digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none, and then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And do you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901, which will identify as 1901.
That's fine, 1901. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901 can be published.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data
What?
we just looked at, but out until January of 2022. And it's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
And what are the
I'll just mute him for just a second. But like, what I don't understand is, like, even though a person can be more popular in public opinion, that doesn't mean that he's actually getting hired to make a movie. Like, the moment Johnny actually got dropped, when Johnny got actually dropped from Pirates after the abuse story came out, he had a lot of fans who still wanted to see him as Jack Sparrow. So it's like, public opinion, I think, is completely different than making money. You know, it actually is interesting the moment that nothing is going on and we just want to see what the popularity is from an actress or an actor or whatsoever, you know, or a bloody social person. But in this case, it's like, oh yeah, well, Amber is, well, because Johnny has millions of fans, and the moment she actually abused or accused him of abuse, his numbers went down and her numbers actually went up. So there is no, the moment you actually get accused of things like that, and a movie company like Disney or Warner Bros. Or it doesn't matter, drop you, is because of the negative publicity. And to be honest, you don't want to have a person working who commits bloody domestic violence. So the easiest way is to drop a person. That's, I don't understand what that has to do with the public opinion. Like, we're people, we tweet. You know, how important is it that, like, millions at the moment, like, he should do it now. I think, like, Johnny is way down while Amber would be way up. That's a public opinion. That doesn't have to do anything with you getting jobs, yes or no. You know, the moment you have that title as a wife beater, in this case, you get dropped. As simple as that.
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th, and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
And what terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them.
Well, Anna, you see the Amber Third one.
Used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but
So,
generally speaking, the same.
that's the
in the
blue
7th,
little
I think
line.
it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th, but the 6th may be slightly different, but it has the word hoax.
Pretty stable.
Okay. If we can go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is generally, it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they look
I
really
actually
tiny
would
in
like
the
to
previous page,
see
you can see
the
that they're big numbers, you know, over
Justice for
100,000
Johnny Depp,
and
to
stuff.
be honest.
So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
1902?
1902,
That's
yes,
fine.
thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
No, this is demonstrative.
Yes, okay. You can publish that.
Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms.
So what? So we actually have to say
hoax, fake,
at
and
this
fraud.
moment,
That's what it's
Amber isn't popular,
part.
and
And the
it's
top part,
all
if you
very
look at
sad.
the
And
for
she
hoax,
actually
fake, and
deserves
fraud
that
within
100 million.
And this is within the negative hashtags or it's misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay, and if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Let's clear that. Well, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it, sort of a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or minions, and looked for those in the same data.
And in terms of the percentage of the amount of times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25% of the negative hashtag.
I don't actually think how this will work well for them.
Either Waldman.
It's like the jury is actually seeing the public opinion, like, okay, Amber.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
So so if I had put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what do the results of these searches mean?
Well, obviously I can't read what's in people's minds, but you know, when I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, in particular the Waldman term,
Objection, hearsay.
He's an expert.
No, overruled.
If these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, you know, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
And the point, I would like to know the point. Like who is more popular in the public eye, and because that's it.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted.
Where the bloody hell's
but
Camille?
Never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated, yes.
At $600 an hour.
That's what they're getting paid.
Right.
Jesus, I'm really in the wrong.
And you're aware that Mr. Depp is being
Although
sued
not
based
really.
on allegedly
No idea what they're
defamatory
talking
statements.
about.
What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resulted in any particular? So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read.
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to
What
how
is
many
it?
people actually saw the language that's been
Only
attributed to
social
Mr.
media, so Twitter,
Only
Insta,
a minimum number of people who could have seen it
Facebook.
based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay.
or only Twitter.
And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles.
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, Justice for Johnny Depp, that's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Amber Heard is an abuser. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
I see almost
We just
cringing.
don't like you, Amber. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
And the last one was
Look at
Amber
his
Turner.
face. Like, is he actually holding his left?
Okay. And these four hashtags
So we
you
actually
identified and
can
searched for, you have
see
no,
that around that
you don't
area.
believe they have any connection.
And here in
or
the
you
chin.
testified that-
Additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to any of the Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing my. I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya.
Has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but
you're adopting your own opinion.
Isn't it that you
No, I'm
actually
adopting the
can't
opinion
watch
that I read in
anything
Mr.
if you're a
Banya's
witness
disclosure.
in this
And
case?
that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media.
Isn't it true, guys?
Correct?
I thought you wasn't allowed
you
to
did
read
not take
or
into
watch
account in the
anything
analysis
because the
statements made in the media.
witness of Johnny Depp got
Yes, in the analysis
excused
where I
because
gathered
you
data and
watched
decided
things on
which
the
data to gather,
internet,
I did not
wasn't
take
it?
into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the 4 hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But Justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
I don't recall, actually.
Right. Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right.
Did he
People
actually
can form a
say
negative
that
view of
extra
Ms. Heard
long?
without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
Exactly.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements.
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
You didn't form any opinion that of the million plus tweets that you looked at, were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually.
Okay, enjoy
after
your dinner.
You read somebody else's report relative to
So are you
testimony
having?
that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again? This is yours, right?
Correct.
The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
And there are spikes that existed.
This is his first defamation case. Look at his face. I think it's the last one as well.
You were asked about that by counsel?
It's no fun to have this case as your first case.
The biggest spike was before the statements.
Right, the date he leaked the audio.
And then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags, or uses of the hashtag, that follow the statements.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so you looked at 1.2 million of these hashtags, right?
Right.
Oh, that sounds good.
In your chart, didn't 980,000 of these plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp?
That sounds about right. You'd have to show me, but I'll take your word for it.
All right. But the vast majority of them were Justice for Johnny Depp.
A majority of them were.
Well, it wasn't the majority so large that you had to draw another chart?
The reason for drawing another chart is because the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other hashtags.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right. As I testified, you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, but when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes?
That's correct.
Right. So you're not a...
But they're not really high, is it?
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. So yeah, the Justice for Johnny is high, but
that's right.
hers, like, let's say Amber...
And you don't
Amber Heart is a third.
To be in anybody's head such that
like they're bloody low. They're not like completely up top here.
That's correct.
You know, so what's the...
There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah.
What's
were you aware there
this?
was a trial
My God.
in the UK in 2020?
I'm aware.
And in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the trial was going on then.
All right.
So isn't it normal that things spike?
There are a number of things called out in your chart.
People are talking about things what actually is going on.
December 17th.
I think they're spiking now pretty bad, though.
You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify
Glad you can
the dates of
multitask,
any
huh?
of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out, if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Correct.
All right. All right. At some point, you ran searches for
Somebody
additional
watched
search
the
terms,
stand.
Hoax, fraud. I think you said fake. And then you don't know why those terms appeared, do you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms.
So have you watched the stand?
In the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any
Like
idea.
talking about Justice League.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right.
If you're a Marvel fan, you don't like really Justice League anyway.
Terms
but
does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for. The ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Young. terms. So, you know, it's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his name and Waldmignon or Minion.
Wait a minute, is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No.
Or the
I'm
standard-
trying to speak. I'm trying to.
certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appeared in any of these tweets?
Well, if you look at the tweets that have Waldmignon, you know, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Wait, just a large sample was 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these. But that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. You know, when people are saying that they're part of the Waldminions or things like that, I would expect everybody to agree without
Is
arguing.
it just
that it has
me?
to do
What
with
are
Mr. Waldman.
Waldminions?
Nobody
meant?
asked whether it had to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering, how do you know that it had anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements?
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this, so I wouldn't expect it to be anything else. I didn't think it was in controversy.
It wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that that if somebody was
I
suddenly talking
loved
about
him.
him, that
His
it had to do with
lawyers
this
have to say.
case.
All right, but again, it's not, did it have to do with this case? It's, did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements? You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right.
Exactly.
And so
Like,
you
I
identify all of these
don't understand
hashtags
these points. Nobody cares
as negative
about.
towards
It's
Miss Heard.
like, what?
Right?
Right.
And it doesn't have to do
Justice for
anything
Johnny Depp
with
is not
her getting
negative towards Miss
roles.
Heard,
Well,
is
now
it?
maybe, but
No, but the tweets that use that
like she
hashtag
still played
but the
in
hashtag
Aquaman.
itself,
You know what I mean?
The hashtag
And
that
even
predominates
though
through your
he,
analysis
according to
is
this,
not in fact
like
negative towards
Johnny
Miss Heard.
is really popular,
I'm not talking. I'm not
he
opining
get
on
bumped
the
from
hashtag
his
itself.
job.
I'm talking
So,
about the tweets that contain that hashtag.
like, what's
But
the
hashtag itself
like?
is
It's not that the whole bloody
But
world.
that's
It's
not part of my
actually
opinion, one way or the
paying
other.
Amber or paying Johnny.
Do you have an
Like,
opinion as to whether justice for
I
Johnny Depp is a good thing?
understand that when you are
That's not part of my assignment.
like really on your ass,
But you'll agree with
yeah,
me,
that
justice in general is a good thing?
nobody
Big
will
fan of
hire
justice.
you.
Yeah,
But
me
then
No further
there is a reason
All right,
as
would you
well.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of Justice
Oh,
for
there we
Johnny
go.
Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
Well, duh.
And what percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldmignon?
Over
Overruled, I'll allow.
over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time do the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldmignon go? Like how far to now?
Well,
Beyond the scope of cross?
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So
Really?
I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. I didn't see any end to it at all.
And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Miss Heard before or after April 2020?
It was clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April. Of,
People
of
just
2020. And
make
there
an
are fewer
opinion. Very
months
simple.
in that
It's
time period.
that's why it's a public
20
opinion.
Or 15 months in that time period, and
But
27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis,
the
what,
public
if any, end
popularity
do you see
of
to the
Johnny
negative
Depp
tweets toward Miss Heard?
Objection.
didn't give him his
Based on
Jack
his
Sparrow
analysis
role.
up until
So
the time.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you see any?
it's so pointless.
Based on your analysis, did you at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
To continue to go on.
Mr. Chanel, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir? Thank you. All right, your next witness? Okay, sure.
Yeah, there we go again. Like, I actually understand that to a point public opinion is really important to obtain a role or to get something. The other hand, like the moment you actually treat the public like they're stupid or they're idiots and lie to them, you will get it back. Like, people aren't stupid, they actually know, they actually can see, and the moment they hear things as well, like, it's not just an opinion. Like, there are a lot of facts in this case that actually show, like, okay, it's horrible where you have been going through, but certain things just didn't happen. And you just keep lying and lying and lying. So, like, I don't think it's even because of certain interviews or things. It's also how you react, and people see how you react to certain things. I think that's a big thing as well. Like, if I actually look to the London case, and I still think in London it's like, well, like, how did that happen? Like, it was the same like this, like so many inconsistencies or reactions of her. And let's say that the case in London was even shorter to the domestic violence where she actually left Johnny Depp for than now. And when you see her sitting there, and like, you can't help to not notice the arrogance and the contempt, and just if people are talking to her rolling with her eyes, like, she actually doesn't care. She knows what she's doing, and she knows what she's going for. And that's why, in my opinion, the public just doesn't like it. People don't like to be lied to or just make a fool out of a person. No? I'm really curious what's going on now. Like, I think with every witness you have like a sidebar for a good amount of time. I can't believe how this judge is doing this every day. God. How is that with perjury, by the way? Like, do you need to wait till the whole trial is over? Or when a judge actually hears that a person is lying? Well, apparently not. Like, can't you say something about it as a judge? Or like, okay, what's going on here? Or you really need to wait till the trial is over? I think so, otherwise you will influence the jury, probably. Ugh, that woman. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will be calling Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation and restart.
Okay.
There we go again. Videos. Oh, well. It's a lot of these things are pretty boring as well, just saying. Like all the technical things like just now, like nobody cares about hashtags.
Sorry, you just want to spell the last name for me?
It's Mulrooney.
All right.
Rooney isn't moving.
State your name and address for the record.
Michelle Mulrooney, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
Ms. Mulrooney, what is your occupation?
I'm a partner at Behavioural LLP, an attorney practice.
Could you just please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history?
So she's an attorney as well.
Okay, I
That's same as a lawyer.
USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991. And then I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch when I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And then in 2011, I joined Behavioural LLP as a partner.
Thank you. What are your areas of practice and expertise?
I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Behavioural.
And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials?
Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for our clients.
Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is?
A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues.
Do you regularly represent actors?
Yes.
I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement?
At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry.
Like if you're doing that already, you actually know what you're doing, don't you?
Yes.
And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is?
She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles.
And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Think. Who did Dana Lowry represent?
Johnny Depp.
I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Yes. Just say that.
Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control. February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup?
It makes the approximate date more clear to me.
Okay.
Did she actually prenup the moment that Johnny actually got in like the financial trouble so she can keep her millions but then still let her family live in his house and he's paying everything?
Or the early part of February 2015.
Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct?
During this time period, correct.
And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13, and says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/.
Like you ask a question and then you're...
I have an understanding of what J/A means.
God.
I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points.
Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state?
No.
What is it?
It's a community property state.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50. Each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings.
Have your shit.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the confidentiality agreement?
It's very standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement when either party is disclosing their assets that they ask for a confidentiality agreement.
You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward.
I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for.
Show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7.
Is that so easy?
And I'm going to start again with going down to show
if it's
you
signed
where
and there is a
the stream
confidentiality clause in that.
And it says...
Like how does that work then? If you actually come out with...
On February 17...
these stories.
That's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling you she'll have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says, Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. What did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto?
I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends. I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro bono.
What did you mean by back end?
Back end is either profit participation or royalties. Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income.
This is how much you actually can take, isn't it?
Components of what they make
My
during the marriage?
God.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
I received one telephone call.
And whom did you receive that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean, that he called me names, and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from
It's
Mr.
already out
Depp,
there.
during which
Hey,
time
the
he called you a
objections in videos. It's
I
like, come on.
thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
He was slurring his words, and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under him. I was just extremely rattled by the call. I mean, I was on the phone for a very short time with him. because
So
he
she
represented
talks
my
to
counsel,
him
and
once, only one
I didn't
phone
want to
call,
rude
and
him up, but I
she
told him
already
I didn't
knew what's
like
going
after
on.
2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the postnuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a postnuptial draft agreement?
No.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a postnuptial agreement?
No.
Who,
So
if
there's
anyone,
your-
was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
There goes your confidentiality agreement.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
What, if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was
No,
no
it's
longer
not yet.
representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing.
So Amber didn't reach out about that post.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Exactly.
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your
So if he doesn't have the right to fire
with Ms. Heard
her,
relating to a potential
then
postnuptial agreement terminate?
Amber still should be her client,
Shortly
shouldn't
after
it?
that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive, I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
Well, I would actually ask, well, if Amber
Yes, Your Honor,
never...
I'd like to call the Disney corporate representative.
All right.
If Amber wouldn't actually, or didn't fire, why she never contacted her? Ooh, Disney is coming up.
Would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Tina Newman, Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production, live action, 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've just highlighted under topic number. It's subpoena ducus tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production. Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as the corporate designee or in preparing as the corporate designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents?
It's a tricky one. Like, even if she haven't read it, people talking about it.
In any of those documents?
But I think,
I don't recall that,
like,
no.
Did you have any
Johnny
discussions
Depp's
with any
fate
of
was
Disney
already signed
about any future Pirates of the
after
Caribbean role,
Amber
a lesser
actually
or
accused
greater
him
role,
from
a different role, or a
abuse.
different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether
But
Mr.
for the
Depp
op-ed, this is a tricky
is
one.
being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification. Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
Do you
Doesn't
know?
fall.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibility. It's above my head. It's the best way to say it.
So what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether
That's a good thing.
anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed?
How
written by
can
Ms.
she
Ford?
know? Isn't that hearsay as well,
Are you
or
aware of
speculation?
anyone else at Disney who has knowledge of the topic areas in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say. I can't speak for someone else.
Exactly.
Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may
I'm
not
actually
have more knowledge,
wondering.
but I can't speak on behalf of them.
I think so. Like if you actually
is Disney
ask.
aware that Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
Would Disney
Like, what is she doing?
paying Mr. Depp more
Like,
than
because
$300
of saying that, like, there is no point.
Alpacas?
Is this like, oh, well, he said that, so you should never hire him anymore? Or maybe for 301 and 1,200 alpacas. Like, who bloody cares?
Number 52 to Alan Horn. Who's that?
He was our co-chairman.
And then she's asking,
Disney?
or asking this
Yes.
woman to actually testify
Alan Bergman,
about
who's he?
things she
Same. He's the other co-chairman of Disney.
don't know
Or
about.
was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated, was the president?
It's our president of production, correct?
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Rader is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw, and it's dated 5/10/2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, subject HR, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the two co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production?
So
head of
isn't that speculation as well?
on this particular day?
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given that Disney has a relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
Okay. And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people.
I'm really, really, really
apprised
wondering
of this particular
what they
article on Johnny Depp. Would you
Try to do.
Yeah, that would be my assumption. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been labeled as exhibit number 53, and it is Disney 114 through 137. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure document.
Yeah, so it wasn't hearsay, but it definitely is speculation to actually think why another person is doing something. So, but that's the thing what I mean in those videos. Like, I think there are parts in this that I probably would have screamed like 7 times objection.
What was Mr. Baylor's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay.
He may have been the EVP. I don't know.
Okay. And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton.
Can you actually imagine that you're a Disney
from Alan Horn, I believe
person like her, you know, making Disney movies to make people happy, and then you get this.
Okay. And
Blah.
Alan Bergman.
God, I would be so annoyed.
The other co-chairman.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
But she is not making the decisions.
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
Do you have any understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
All right, Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please tell me, please describe it for me.
It's an email, well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance. And then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right, and you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Like, how do they get those emails?
He handles all finances. One film goes into post-production on any given picture. Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right, and in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this?
That's why you never send nasty emails through the company. Like, come on.
I ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56. And it is a document also produced by Disney. And there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from... and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to 169. It says, Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actors' camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against the Sun for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, end of quote. Katie Kalani reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I
may
can't
have seen a
even
headline
remember
come
what
across
I
my
read
desk in the
like
same
4
manner
weeks
as
ago.
Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Not
Mr.
completely
I'm going
true.
to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return. You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere?
She is
that
really thinking
contains
that's none
Amber
of her
Heard's
business. Look at
op-ed
the
from
face.
December of 2018.
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision
She also
maker
said that's not of
outside
her
of
business.
Disney?
That's
And
not
by
her
this,
role
I'm
description.
including
So
producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said they were not
like if she
considering
actually
Mr.
say
Depp
yes,
for
Johnny can sue
Pirates
them.
6 or any other movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018.
No.
So where's the cross-examination there?
How much time?
We have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin.
Oh, God.
Barkin.
Thank you.
Just 11 minutes, guys. Who's that?
Good morning, Ms. Barkin.
Good morning.
I think the first thing that would be very short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
I started acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies,
It's
etc.,
me because I really don't know her.
come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, or a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
I have to watch that one now.
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood.
Really?
And he, you know, switched the buttons.
Recall what year you moved to Hollywood?
Yes. 1994.
His lawyer thinks
When you
it's
say
funny.
switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic, to your
Can I change that to sexual?
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months.
Probably be I'm not
Anywhere
saying
between
it.
3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I
I've
definitely
seen 3 or
want
4
to
times
see
a week.
that movie though, or I have
And
seen.
Again, I'm not.
I can't
looking
remember
to
her
pry
though.
into private details, but can you tell me like where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house, or I would go to his house.
And both houses in L.A.
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or where you were at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant, his sister, that's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
Did you see Johnny didn't
Point
know
that
what
you were
she's
either
on about?
initially
That's
friends
the
and then sexual with Mr.
that's,
Depp. Were you, did
like
you
that's
become
the
aware that
wrinkles.
he,
That's actually true surprise.
drank to
Like
excess?
I
what?
was always
You know,
aware.
the eyebrows you can see, and here
Can
you
you
go.
explain how you were aware of that?
He was
I
drunk.
guess
all the
no idea.
a lot of the time.
Well,
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual.
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What would you understand? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol,
actually,
were you aware
like
at that time that
normally
Mr.
the defense
Depp
or
was taking any prescription medication?
No.
like they have the
Same
transcripts,
question,
don't they?
Mr. Barkin, for
So they know
illegal
what's coming, or
substances.
don't they?
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics. Cocaine. Marijuana.
Hallucinogenics. Can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and sexual, then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking and or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Oh Christ! To be honest, like I would actually call all the other
Now,
wives and girlfriends he had
ever,
over the years, Vanessa
observe-
Paradis, Kate Moss.
Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
It was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time, Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
Who cares? I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you? Ms. Barker, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, don't do this, don't do that. And
look at her
I never heard
face.
from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Like being jealous
yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only
isn't a crime. Like, it's a bit of an issue, especially when it's
You just referenced
being.
You just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
All right. Ladies
So
and gentlemen,
aren't
take
there
an afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case and
any
not do any outside
cross
research, okay?
examinations?
See you back in 15 minutes.
Like being jealous doesn't mean he hates you. You know, jealousy, especially with
does that give you time to be ready? Okay.
alcohol and drugs, make it just worse than that it actually is. So yeah. And you hear a lot from everybody about the alcohol. You hear a lot about the drugs. Well, that's the only thing you hear. You hear that he is a jealous and demanding person. But then still, there is not one other person who actually say he is really physical abusive. And if you have a person who actually is physical abusive, like Amber says he is, and he was drinking, or he is drinking for such a long time, it should have happened a long, long time ago. Because that's just who you are. So it's really interesting. Like, okay, you can look at him as a pain in the ass, because probably he really is, especially when he's drunk and high. Then still, and I'm actually wondering why we don't hear their attorneys question them. I don't know if that actually comes later, yes or no. We will see. Okay, guys, I have to grab another drink. I will be back soon. Okay, let's see what's going on. And who we will get next.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Oh, yes. Okay, you want to approach with... All right, thank you. Your next witness?
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alan Blaustein.
All right.
Blaustein.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right. All right, thank you.
Can you please provide your full name?
Alan Scott Blaustein.
You're a doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're a psychiatrist?
Yes.
How long have you been a psychiatrist for?
Finally.
Since 1987.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
Otherwise, you
What
wouldn't be a
medical school?
psychiatrist, would he?
Northwestern University.
Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
Correct.
You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with?
Shouldn't this be
marijuana,
client privilege
alcohol,
or patient privilege?
opiates, I believe.
Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome?
I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety.
And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety?
He told me that.
Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar?
There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion.
Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis?
No.
What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed?
Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing.
In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
I would say that he expressed having issues with anger.
Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber?
He expressed having anger towards her. Yes.
Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber?
Still don't understand the doctor-patient privilege and confidentiality, actually.
In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy.
And where's the bipolar coming from?
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about
So am I.
Issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty and emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and, high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
Okay. This is from your files?
Correct.
And you keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And this
650 for consult people.
Correct.
And so where it says 10 to 14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD, or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he
like
did
how
when-
do you
when
get your hands?
Marilyn
Well,
Manson did
for
his
him
work?
it wouldn't be that difficult.
No.
But
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete, yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety, was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober of, abstinent of.
Okay. So
that's just one
in addition
part of it.
to marijuana, in the time you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014
So
to
related
January
sobriety
2015,
is
there
just
were
when
other
you
times-
stop
there were times
using,
where
for example,
Mr. Depp
or alcohol,
broke his
but
sobriety
still using
with
drugs.
drugs or alcohol,
Or stop
in
using
addition to
drugs but still
marijuana,
use
correct?
alcohol.
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen, Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Right.
Like, or Johnny actually himself released
And
all
you kept these notes in a file.
the confidentiality, or the court actually ordered
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014.
to release the papers.
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiancée?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Okay.
And again, I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? Do you know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad, thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clearer, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be.
It's nice when doctors can't read their own
All this
handwriting.
work, I don't know.
Return to the next page. It says page 2.
It's sad that you actually go
And then
to
what's the
talk
next
to
one,
somebody
sorry?
and then it's just out
This
there.
violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I do remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What
Well,
other
that's what I
relationships was he
mean.
talking
It's
about
like,
rage
well,
and chaos?
how?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included his.
Like, how
his-
is
the
it
mother of his
possible
children, and arguments
that
about
everything you say actually is
not child custody,
is
child
open?
care or
I
visitation.
will pause it for a second. Like, this man is a psychiatrist, so he isn't forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist. So the difference is that he is actually doing the therapy sessions. Like when we heard the testimonies of Dr. Curry and Dr. Hughes, like they're the forensic psychologists. So what they do is looking at the data, looking at assessments, making assessments, how they react like in the forensic part. But they don't perform therapy. So they will talk global about problems, about issues, seeing if there is any diagnosis they can draw from the assessments, what were like two completely different diagnoses. Dr. Hughes on one hand says that Amber has PTSD. On the other hand, you have Dr. Curry saying she has borderline and histrionic antipersonal. But they didn't went to therapy. Okay, so talking about a lot of issues are small and compact. You don't really go into the deep parts of it. In this case, like Johnny actually went to therapy and discussing the really deep things. And like we have heard before that he went through child abuse, probably left by his father. That's where a part of the anxiety and fear is coming from, to not be the father his kids actually serve. That's where the guilt comes in as well when he is drinking and using drugs. I don't really know what an anxiety syndrome is. Like, you have an anxiety disorder, but I think every person in their life experience anxiety. Like, that can be on a high level, can be on a low level. Anxiety disorder is constant living with anxiety. So the whole anxiety question, or calling it a syndrome, is like, what? The bipolar. like, where does the bipolar come from? Like, we haven't heard anything about that. So it's like they looking at symptoms and, oh yeah, well, that fits the bill. It really doesn't. Like, having a personality disorder actually really need to be diagnosed. So let's see what else he has to say.
Or access to the children. On the left, it says raised 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil. Wait up to fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt, something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled it's something that was internal to him as the devil?
As a representation of something horrible inside of himself, what I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe
he admitted that anyway, that he calls himself that. So
turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit. And there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber's fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
You know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I think referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top, it's...
Okay, just a little bit. So, like, there is a reason that Johnny is using that much alcohol, okay, and drugs, because the biggest thing in when you look to addicts and self-medicating is because they can't handle the chaos in their head. And what I actually like about this psychiatrist is that he makes it really clear, like, okay, Johnny says to him, okay, there is a monster in me. We all know that. He admitted that. He admitted that when he is drunk and high on drugs, that he will redecorate the whole house. But it's not just him. And that's what this psychiatrist actually really made clear. It's not just him. It's the anger against each other. So they definitely talked that not just Johnny is abusive, but Amber as well. And I think there's where the like using more alcohol, using more drugs is actually to handle the pain as well. And the moment you have two people who are just bumping head to head constantly, you have a problem. And yeah, it's really difficult to recall things, and the moment we actually have patients and we talk with them, the notes are short, so we only really write what is important at that moment while we working through the progress notes, like, okay, we handled this and we use these kind of tools, and when somebody is coming to us and we listen to them, it's like, okay, what were you dealing with? And we write it down short. Okay, it's chaos, it's anger. He refers in his story, in this case, the devil or a monster, how he calls himself. But like, it's hours of therapy, and it's really hard to actually think, okay, what was going on. Like, things can actually happen a day after a fight, for example, or when something actually happens and you go to therapy and you talk about it, and in that moment your anger is a lot more than maybe when you had gone like 3 or 4 days later. So it also depends on a time frame. That's what, well, I do anyway. I normally would ask, okay, when there was a situation and you were upset or anxious or depressed, when was it? How long ago? What did you do? For how long did you do that? So we actually get a really clear vision of what is going on in the person's mind. So that's where behavioral signs come in, like your feelings, your behavior. How long is the behavior changing for? Is it changing back? But like, if you're drinking that much and you're using that much drugs constantly, because I don't think he's actually really sober. That's where the relative sobriety is coming from. Like, if he's not drinking, he's using marijuana. And I think he's doing that constantly. So the effect, what you actually see, is still not himself, because he's always under influence of some kind of drugs or alcohol. So it makes it really hard as well. Okay, let's go on.
It says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
That's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue. Need a minute. Here I can say with certainty his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay. And then what does it say under she refuses to accept?
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
Not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. But what does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
I think that's something that he told me, he said to her that he was...
That Mr. Depp said to Amber, you're being my mother and psychotic sister?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next.
Like, I don't know, but it isn't really, like, Amber looks really happy, like, oh, he said it, but the moment, when you look at Johnny in this case, and his mom abused him, so she isn't really, like, the loving mother, okay? And the moment Johnny is actually talking to his psychiatrist about Amber being his mom and psychotic sister, well, that actually says a lot. Like, you don't have to lie by your therapist. Okay? You're actually really being honest. If you have the right click and you have a good one, you just tell your therapist everything. So the moment you look at your fiance in that time and talk about her like she's like your mom and a psychotic sister, actually really says a lot. You know, so if we really dive deep and we know his mom abused him physically, and what does that make what Amber does? Like, is she doing exactly the same? But is she acting like really irrational as well? So then you, like, not letting him go, following him, stopping him, hanging on him. So then you get actually like a physical abuse and a mental abuse. And I think in how he is saying it, it's actually like, well, she is my mom and sister in one person. Okay, so you actually can get a lot out of what he is saying. And I could think his or her lawyers are actually like, oh, you see, this is how he talks about his wife. And I'm actually looking at it like, well, if you are actually saying those things about your wife, something's wrong.
Page, which is Blaustein 15, and where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Something?
Self-destructed very early.
And with Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, again, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, asking him about where can he get rewards elsewhere. Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where he wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There is another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. I think it's more likely that those were things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says...
Okay. Like, that is what I don't understand. So, oxycodone. I don't know if one of you ever had oxycodone, but man, that is some real shit. Okay? So, if you have a person struggling from probably when he was an adolescent or like young adults, he is already struggling with addiction. Okay, so the alcohol and drugs abuse. How in the world are you actually prescribing oxycodone? What is so addictive? It's like, I just don't get it. Like, have you ever had it? Like, I had to take it not that long ago, and I'm horrible with medication, to be honest. I can't handle it. Okay, I'm going completely like cuckoo. So I really needed to take it for the pain, but I was so over it. So I actually stopped. But you're actually laying, and in my case, it really felt like my arms were just falling off my body. I couldn't, like somebody was pinching 1700 needles in my legs. It was horrible. I felt so sick. So there really were moments that I was like, oh, just take the pill just to get rid of this feeling, because this feeling is just horrible. I never did it, but I truly understand why people actually take another pill just to get rid of the feelings you have when you stop with oxy. It is like Christ. So, like, even when you're in so much pain, like, can't we have something else? Because oxy is so addictive, and I don't even think it's so addictive because it gives you such a nice feeling when you're using it. No, it's so addictive because the moment you stop, it really feels like your whole body is just on fire and getting stabbed, and it's really horrible. So you take another pill to feel actually better, and you don't feel that pain. So you take the medication for the pain, and then afterwards you're in much more pain. So prescribing oxy to an addict, it's like, come on, people, really.
Back to the left, it says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to. Left off a reward loop mechanism.
And this psych actually doesn't really look happy that he needs to talk about this.
To come back to him that could be healthy. What kinds of rewards that can come from the relationship that could be healthy. And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
More on relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic, grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
Oh, there we go.
But the relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16.
Is she a doctor now?
This is 10/29/14 at the top.
Mood euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention. Normal mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by
memory
decreased?
Difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory, transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a mini mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I asked him to remember 3 words, he would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
Right.
That doesn't really mean that if you hit somebody several times really hard in the face that you actually really don't know anymore. So what happened is that when you use too much alcohol, too much drugs, it actually really can change the biology in your brains. What you see a lot when you have people who were addicts most of their life is that they, for example, show more signs of early Alzheimer's or dementia. Okay, so what he's saying, and that's a test what we sometimes do, is that we show words, they have to repeat the words, and sometimes in a different sequence. A lot of people who are actually getting older and use a lot of alcohol and drugs can have problems with it. What they try to do is actually say that, oh, because he has that problem in the biology of his brains, then he can't remember the physical assault. Okay? But then on the other hand, if he can't remember the physical assaults, he shouldn't be able to remember all the aggression he's actually throwing out when he's redecorating his house. So there will always be a moment that he actually remembers what he did. Wouldn't be all the time, like we all been drunk and high and we forget things. But if you use it that much, that many times, you are also getting a kind of immune to it. You know, you still have that feeling, but your body is used to it.
And then what does it say after that?
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be, what today's date was, perhaps, is what that's referring to.
So Mr. Depp was off on
what date that was.
Date. Turning to the next page, Blaustein 17. It says JD at the top and then 11, 10, 14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11, 10, 14?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been something in confusion or something about his mental state, or less sharp, less alert, perhaps.
What's the next line say?
It says no evidence of mania, hypomania.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay. Next line.
Discussion about relationships, core issues of trust. Amber says context, contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
At 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
I think it's funny, like her lawyers. Do you know how many diagnoses they already have? Like, what did we hear? Anxiety syndrome. No idea. Anxiety, bipolar, mania, and hypomania. Like, really? And another thing is, like, when you go to a psychiatrist, especially a psychiatrist, it's because you really have some serious problems, okay? But except for the substance tendency, so it's alcohol and drugs abuse, this man didn't make any diagnosis. Like, why not? Like, you're a psychiatrist, so if you, especially with 18 sessions, come on. So you talk with the person, you know what is going on. He did some testing, but more about the memory, so the biological problems in the brain. Normally, when we actually talk about clouding of the brain, it's really the confusion, not being sure about things, loss of time sometimes, loss of memory. So just really confusion. But I didn't hear him say once, okay, I actually was thinking that he was bipolar or had any other anti-personality or, antisocial personality disorder or whatsoever. Not once. Like, there is no diagnosis. So if he would have thought he was manic or mania or whatsoever, he would have tested it, I reckon.
11:24:14.
The first line says 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late. Clear. Relationship stabilizing. looking at jealous parts of him.
What do you mean by that, looking at jealous parts of him?
Things that make him jealous and what his role might be in jealousy.
And what made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. I see in my next notice it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22, where an actress cheated with a leading man.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And turning to Blaustein 18, which looks like it starts at 12/7/14.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Mm-hmm. Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia?
Mm-hmm. Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's, what's the next day, 12/18/14?
So I like it how he says that. Because if he actually thought that Johnny was paranoia, he should have do something about it. So, or doing tests, seeing where the paranoia is coming from. But he really says, like, nah, that are his words. That aren't my words. That are really his words. So Johnny can come in and saying, oh, I feel paranoia. And then about the jealousy, like, I love the jealousy part, okay? So the moment he is actually, and he knows it as well. Like, he knows that he can be jealous because in the past, his girlfriend or whatever it was cheated on him with the male character, role, player, actor, other actor. So it's not just jealousy what we're talking about. It's a trust issue. Okay, so for him it's really difficult to trust. And the moment when he opens up and things happen, those trust issues come back. And you try to avoid certain things. So jealousy, yeah, to a certain part, it's more, I don't trust you. Like, I don't trust if you go to work and you're playing with bloody Aquaman. Like, what will you do with him? Okay, so the impact of the woman cheating on him was really big, because it was always an issue in the rest of his relationships as well, because that's what everybody is saying.
Yeah, let's see. 12/18/14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Patient working. So psychotherapy on phone. It says possible there was a phone session that I didn't mark as a phone session. Big fight with girlfriend yesterday. Struggling with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than childhood experiences.
And then it's at 1/6/15, correct?
Correct.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes. Positive hypnotherapy session. goals to make a beeline to bed, using a relationship to take care of the individuals. Let's see, not logical approach to Amber's work. Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1-8-15, just to be clear.
1-8-15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber. Threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of. Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability. Instances of vulnerability. An internal fear parallel to vulnerability in childhood. Inability. Free or fight, only way.
What does that mean, free or fight, only way?
Free or fight, or free and fight is the only way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive...
Not necessarily. It actually could mean flee or fight as well. So what I was saying earlier, like in domestic violence situations, you have the three one of the three behaviors, okay? It's you freeze, you fight, or you flight. So instead of free and fight, maybe it just meant flee or fight. So if he is in a domestic disturbance with Amber, what does he do? And I think when you listen to the other testimonies and you actually hear him trying to flee the situation, he's trying to get out of it. You know, lock himself in a bedroom or a bathroom or going away, and he needs his space. So it really depends on how you think about it, but if I look through all the things, that one would seem more accurate, to be honest.
Relatedness with Amber through dash vulnerability.
Did and 1-8-15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he was jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
It would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, our next witness is Eric George. He was the attorney for Amber relating to the op-ed. Will you please?
Okay. I will break it here, guys. So, like, still, like, after all the witnesses we saw today, I still, even this psychiatrist didn't say once that, or in any notes or in any papers, and believe me, that is something we really write down, that the moment we have a patient or client and they admit or they tell us that they are physical violence to another person, and we actually believe they are a danger for another person, we have the duty to report it. Okay, so if Johnny had said that he abused physically Amber, what you normally do and normally say, instead of talking that you really want to work on yourself, the issue, because he says everything else. No, the fights and the things, but still there is not one person actually, or Johnny actually told them he was physically abusive, or people seeing him he's physically abusive. And you have so many witnesses, and it actually comes all to the same point. Yes, he is an addict. Okay, alcohol, drugs. He is a dick when he uses. He's jealous. He is probably demanding as well, especially when they're drinking. So it would be easy to actually be in a relationship with such a person, and I think a big part, especially if he's drunk or high, and then the mental abuse would be really bad as well. And she could have said that, okay? And I think a lot more people would understand and actually would say, well, yeah, I understand you, Amber, you're right. Now it actually is backfiring because it's not just that anymore. You know, you have physical abuse, you have sexual abuse, and I'm not really like, okay, she filed for divorce, but I'm wondering what would have happened if he actually would say, oh no, I don't want to divorce, I don't want to sign the papers, I fight for you. You know, some people, and maybe Dr. Curry is right, and she has the antisocial personality disorder, and she wants it to actually get him back or show him what she can do. And again, like, not every person with borderline are doing these things. You know, you have what I said, you have 3 clusters, and Amber is really a cluster B one. So you're doing different things, and it doesn't work when you have 2 people together with mental issues, mental illnesses. So it's a difficult case, and also because of the witnesses, because it's all about the financial part. Okay, if he can get work, yes or no, and if it actually is true that because the title was really about sexual assault, so she actually needs to prove that it really happened. And I just don't know how you can prove that it really happened if you don't have medical records, if there is not one person in this world who actually ever saw him assaulting a person in real life. On the other hand, and that was just a question of what I thought about, it's like, well, you have the bruises on your body, like on your arm. Like, are you making a movie? Like, how many... We all did sports and things, like, movie making isn't, like, easy as well. So, is it possible you get bruised from that? Probably, or not. And then as well, it's possible that you grab somebody. Like, listen to me, or when somebody is actually really standing in your way and don't want to let you go through, and you just grab the person. So I think there's a lot more, and I think with some things you actually need to read between the lines, or the lines. Lines. I really think, like, he just came back and asked, so he thought that Amber is like a version of his mom and his sister. Well, if that's true, if he really thinks like that, then we should actually think about what kind of person she is, if he's saying that. And he's saying that to his therapist. So he's actually in a relationship with a person who should love him, but ruined him. Well, just follow the case, and we'll see if I can do some more updates. And like, the psychiatrist is actually interesting because we can talk about it. No idea about hashtags, like, still need to ask how the hashtag things work. So if you really look at the psychological and behavioral points, you really see the difference in Johnny's and Amber's face as well. And the sincerity of that. Like the smirks Amber can have, or the surprising on Johnny's face when people are actually saying things. So yeah, I will follow it and see what's going on. Maybe make a bit of a more smaller compilation about some things. I think Saturday I will be back anyway with a review of the video from last Sunday about what mental health actually is and what's the difference between the mental health and mental illnesses. Okay guys, well, thanks for watching. Have a good evening and morning and night in my case. And I hope to see you Saturday.